Everything seems like a good idea after you've had a few. Yeah, that's this show.
Riding in my car, and I'm listening to the radio.
It's time for Dukes and Bell.
Oh, someone told me it's the Black Beverly Hills. Is that true?
Driving in Atlanta just got a whole lot more bearable.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Hi, everybody. Carl Dukes and Mike Bell. The names that mean goodness.
Say my name, you know who I am.
Carl Dukes.
I drink and I know things.
Oh, don't question my authority thing.
King Kong ain't got on me.
Sometimes you just got to call somebody, and I'm not ashamed to say it.
And Mike Bell.
I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown. I amuse you.
Hope you guess my name.
Bring a pitcher of beer every 7 minutes till somebody passes out. And then bring one every 10 minutes, right?
Get ready for the best 5 hours of your life.
Fat, drunk, and stupid is no way to go through life, son.
Don't believe me, just watch.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
You know what? Why don't we start doing the stuff that other guys have done, other radio shows around the country?
No.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Atlanta, what's going on? It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man, happy Thursday as we get ready for the Falcons and Titans. A lot of people talking about what the Titans are doing up there in Nashville and what their offense is going to look like. I'm not going to jinx this, Mike. You're absolutely right. We've not played well enough and turnover free for me to just feel so carefree that I think we're going to go up there and not only just win by 3, which is the spread now, but also win maybe by double digits. But I will say, as we'll let you hear Coach Arthur Smith, who joined us yesterday, I will say you got to believe our odds have gone up. Listen, whether you like Ryan Tannehill or not, or you think he's not any good, he's seen and played a lot of football. The guys that they're going to be relying on Sunday, Mike, are still in their infancy. And I'm talking about Will Levis, and I'm talking about, Malik Willis. If he plays at all, I don't know how much he's going to play. So I do feel better about the situation than I did a few days ago, now knowing that this is probably going to happen.
Yeah, the line jumped 2 points. It would have jumped more. It's just that we don't score enough points. Look, we did not score. We should have scored. That should have been a 28-point effort at minimum down in Tampa. But, hey, a win's a win. But if we could get to that, it seems like that threshold of the 24 points or higher, then it's a wrap. But Vegas, again, it was just a 2-point swing. I'm reading the article in the Tennessean, the Nashville paper, and they're saying, Levis had 23 turnovers, in his 2 years as a starter in Kentucky. So, if, like I said to you on Wednesday or Tuesday, Jesse Bates might be sitting there going, oh, I see some turnovers coming my way. Or Richie Grant, or maybe, A.J. Terrell, who's had kind of a, mediocre start to this year, if we're honest. So hopefully the defense gets after it, but the front. And there's some rumors about adding to our front we'll get to later in the show.
Absolutely. And I kind of hope we do. Now, are we going to be players? Well, we're going to find out what Terry Fontenot's all about. How good does he think this team can be? And also, are you building for the future? Because any move you make, you want to make sure that you re-sign that guy. We talk about it all the time in baseball. Alex Anthopoulos has a tradition of, hey, I'm not going to go get a guy that probably I have no control over in the next few years, and he's not going to be able to help us. I'm not going to go rent a player. I don't know what Terry Fontenot's philosophy is, but Mike said it. We'll talk about some of the rumors that are out there. Let's talk about what happened to our Hawks last night, guys. 116-110. We did not, Mike, shoot the ball well at all.
Yeah, from River, it was ice cold. Nobody could hit anything. Trey didn't get his first 3 to drop until about 2 minutes left in the game. And it was still a big momentum shift. And unfortunately, we just blew an 11-point lead, 9-point lead. And when you switch, and I heard Andy Randy talk about it, and it's true, Trey is still going to be a guy that teams are going to pick on. If you've got, a guard, Carl, that can get to the basket late in the game, they just seem to get baskets are coming way too easy, I thought, in the half court for Charlotte.
Positives last night. It's 1 of 82. I will say this, Charlotte seems to have our number, at least on the regular season. I don't know what it is. I do know that a couple of those guys love to play us. Rozier is one of them. I don't know what it is. But I'll say this, positives last night. Jalen Johnson, positive?
Yeah. Jalen Johnson, and by the way, 21 points last night. And if anything, I think you wanted even more minutes for him. And if he continues to play like that, his minutes certainly will grow. I thought that we talked to Sadiq Bey just a few weeks ago. Sadiq Bey talked about everyone buying in defensively. He had a nice effort last night. He had 5 steals. There was I thought from the younger guys, the defensive intensity, Carl, looked like it was certainly a lot better than we saw at this time last year.
Negatives. DeAndre Hunter. 4 of 9, 1 of 4 from three-point land, and he fouled out.
I didn't work on anything.
With just 9 points. It's the first game of the season, D. Like, all this anticipation about the offseason and how much work you've been putting in and how much better you're going to be with Quinn Snyder, and game freaking 1, 9 points, and you foul out and you shoot 4 for 9 from the field. How many more times do I have to tell you, Atlanta, about this dude? I'm over it, Mike. One game, I'm like, oh, new year, new season, he'll be better. He was terrible.
Yeah, and I said on Twitter last night after the game, I go, and DeAndre Hunter is shaped into playoff form, fouling out with 9 points.
I didn't work on anything.
And I was here, Bob Rathman, Stinger, tough night for DeAndre Hunter. Yeah, stupid fouls. I mean, it's one thing if you're going to make a foul in a big moment, if the game's on the line and you're hoping the refs may give you maybe it's a 50-50 shot. He just does dumb stuff with his fouls. Always seems to. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a fourth rounder and
fourth rounder.
I'm sorry, fourth overall pick, first round for a fourth overall. He's got to start playing like a first rounder. He don't even play. He plays like there was still a fourth round in the NBA. That's what he plays like. It's so exasperating. But anyway, as you said, just one. It's only one. But the good news is Jalen Johnson, a guy that a lot of people I know you got to watch back in the day, the Skyhawks. He looks like he's ready to take that leap this season.
Well, he was the thing with Jalen. And obviously he has gotten a lot better. 29 minutes last night. That's terrific for him. He shot the ball well. But the thing was, Jalen's talent is there. I mean, he comes to Duke for 1 year. Everybody knows he can play. It was, and this is the thing about the NBA, guys. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. How do I help my team win? You don't have to score 30 every night, okay? So a guy like Draymond, think about how valuable he's been to the Warriors and them winning championships. He's not doing what Steph and Clay are doing, but his role is important. And for Jalen, Mike, it was how do I get to the league and make my team better, and what is my role? Well, he's falling into it. And so for everybody that said he's raw, which was the quote that everybody talked about when he was coming out of Duke, he's raw. So you see him in the G League, Mike, he's taking the ball, rebounding, going coast to coast, dunking on people, but it's just raw talent. And the league, you got to figure out how you can help your team win, and I think he's doing that.
Yeah, and again, I know it's just one night, but because it was opening night and there was nothing else on, I gave it my full 2 eyeballs. I will say this, when DeAndre Hunter is shooting like he was, and he only took 9 shots, but I mean, he was just, he was like we say all the time.
Who did you say?
DeAndre Hunter. 4 boards, 1 assist.
Who is he?
He's just you know what he is?
Who is he?
He's an empty space in a pair of high-top shoes. I would have gone with A.J. Griffin. I know that he's slightly smaller than him, but I don't think I got to be honest. I think you're not giving up anything defensively. Let's get A.J. Griffin more minutes, and let's get DeAndre Hunter the hell out of there. If this is going to continue,
I don't get it, man. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. Everybody's like, man, we'll be fine if D. Hunter what?
Yeah.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
It really is, man. Let me hear Trae Young, because I got to commend Trae Young. And let me say this. For everybody who thought Trae is at odds with this show, he's not. If you thought his dad hates us, he doesn't. You're not in the know, okay? And here's the thing. Trae did last night what we wanted him to do last year. Ugly loss, didn't necessarily shoot the ball well. What does Trae say? It's on me. I'm not going to put this on my teammates. Let me hear Trae Young.
It's tough. You don't want to start your season out like this. Obviously, it's the first game. But for me, I'm not worried. We'll play better. I'm not worried. And it's one game.
I agree. And he put it in, he said, listen, we'll play better, and I need to play better.
Right.
And, Mike, that's the ownership we talked about last season. He's maturing, guys. We sometimes forget how young he is. His dad came on our show in the offseason and said, look, he's still a young dude trying to figure all of this out. Right. But I appreciate that last night. And I said it on social media, on Twitter. I don't call it X. Let's go get one on Friday, because that's what leadership looks like.
And again, I'm not going to put it all on Trae, but he and DeJounte, we're not feeling it. We're not feeling it early. Now, Trae did. If you didn't watch the game and just looked at the box score, you say it was respectable numbers for Trae. It came late. And for a minute there, it looked like we were going to steal it back from the Hornets, but unfortunately, too late.
All right, guys, we're going to hit some headlines. Falcons preparing for the Titans. Also, we'll talk about UGA installing their game plan for Florida. And there's more information. It's every day. It's like a news drop that comes out about this Michigan thing. We'll get into that as well at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game and Odyssey.com.
Dukes and Bell. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
This hour is brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Up your game, guys. Visit mancavestore.com. It's Dukes and Bell on a Thursday. Mike, this Michigan thing is just every day, right? The investigation into the illegal scouting and sign stealing at Michigan began when an outside investigation firm approached the NCAA with files and video from computer drives maintained by the university.
Yeah.
So this just gets more and more curious as we talk about this every day. Again, I still do not think, okay, as the university has already suspended their analyst Connor Stallions after he bought tickets to more than 30 games at 12 of the possible 13 Big Ten stadiums and 4 tickets to games featuring out-of-conference college football playoff contenders over a 3-year period. But, Mike, this still gets back to, all right, so what punishment will happen for the program? Because if this is all this information and all this stuff is real and everybody's got an opinion on it, what's it ultimately going to mean for Michigan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the precedent is. I mean, you think about some of those stupid secondary violations over the years. Like, if you get enough of those, it's basically like getting like 17,000 parking tickets, and it adds up eventually to losing some scholarships. You know, it's like was it Ray? I forget who the player was. It was a defensive lineman in South Georgia. I mentioned all the time. Pollock flew down on his own expense to be there for his signing day. He was a big fan of Ray Drew. Good pull. Thanks. That's Orange the best. Yeah, Ray Drew down in South Georgia. Pollock shows up to be at his national signing day. That was an impermissible benefit.
Yeah.
It's like, what? He's an ordained minister, and Dave's a man of faith. He's going to be on the Steakhouse, by the way, tomorrow. But yeah, it's like that stupid stuff like that. But in this case, the point I'm getting to is, what is the speeding ticket for this? What do they throw at you? I mean, they're going to take some scholarships. So when Jim Harbaugh moves on to the NFL, the next coach loses 10 scholarships. I mean, what are they going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there will actually be a punishment that will affect this year's quest to achieve a national championship.
It takes them too long, Carl. I mean, as Brett McMurphy told us, I love that phrase, glacial pace, and that's the NC2A. You know, you've seen it. They were just coming around to the Jeremy Pruitt stuff at Tennessee earlier this year, right?
Yeah, the University, Big Ten, NCAA have all declined to say anything. And Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh has denied knowledge of any attempt to steal any opponent's signs. And again, I always say this, right? You know, plausible deniability, Mike.
Right.
You can tell me, oh, the coach knew. Did he? I don't know.
Well, I mean, Nixon knew about the Watergate and the plumbers and all that, and he knew there were guys doing stuff. He didn't know about the specifics, and later on he was told. But in the case of Harbaugh, are you telling me that guy is not aware of stuff like that? The CEO. I do think these guys are so detail-oriented. That's why Harbaugh's successful. How does he not know? He's not aware of it? Come on.
Do you think Connor Stallions is reporting directly to Harbaugh?
No, but he's reporting to the D.C., and the D.C.'s talking to Harbaugh. I don't know. I mean,
there's your in-between.
Right.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying you could be Bruce Cutler, John Gotti's lawyer. There's a lot of buffers. Remember the family had a lot of buffers, Senator. Sure. But in this case, the story that came out yesterday from the Columbus Sports Talk station, The Fan, John Bacon from the New York Times goes on and says it's actually a booster who's leaking this information to the NCAA. He's got a mean on for Harbaugh, named Jim Stapleton. So it's crazy. It's one thing that you don't like Harbaugh. Now you're hurting, you're killing your own team.
Yeah, but
how vindictive.
But the firm obtained videos from school computers. Right. That's in-house.
Yeah, but I'm saying, earlier, this guy, to help get traction for the NC2A, this guy, a Michigan man, was leaking stuff on Michigan.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday when that story came out. Anyways, there's more information every single day where you go, wow, all right, what else is going to hit? We'll see. I just don't think there's going to be any punishment. It's Dukes and Bell. Big O, he is behind the glass, our engineer. Of course, Turtle is executive producing. Jason is running our cameras, guys. You can check us out YouTube at 929 The Game and on Twitch at twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. Let's hit some headlines.
Strap in, youngins.
In the headlines with Dukes and Bell.
Hey, let's start with Desmond Ridder because he's been criticized by a lot of folks. Maybe you. How is he handling the criticism? Des?
I'm just trying to show up to work every single day to get better. I obviously know there's mistakes that have been made, those turnovers over the past couple of weeks. Obviously, that's something that, got to clean up, got to be better at, got to protect the football like I've been saying. But at the end of the day, you still turn on, I'm playing fast football. I'm going where I want to go with the ball. You talk about in the pass game, making plays with my legs, making the defenders make a decision. That's when you see the one that Tyler busts open, wide open. But yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, I feel like I'm playing really good football. Obviously, other than the turnovers, got to clean those up. But I'm seeing it really well, playing fast, playing efficient, getting the ball out of my hands and letting the playmakers go make plays.
He's not lying. He's not lying. I mean, that's a really honest assessment. Obviously, he couldn't get away from the turnovers, but he's saying he's seeing it well. I think you see it. He's letting the ball go. He's reading these defenses. So
that was always, yours and your opinion back in you and I watching practice. Pull, let the ball go.
Let it go.
He's throwing the ball into tight windows. He's like, you can't argue that he's making NFL like starting quarterback, franchise quarterback level throws. It's just the turnovers. Eliminate the turnovers. Like, I don't expect it to be turnover free every game, but I mean, like, you've thrown that many passes, you're going to throw a pick here and there, but it's when you throw them, and the momentum shift that can be in the game.
Let's hear from head coach Mike Vrabel. He is the coach of the Tennessee Titans. Guys, he admits both quarterbacks, Will Levis and Malik Willis, will play.
Excited if Ryan can't play, that both, we're going to look at both of those quarterbacks, and we'll need both of them to help us win.
I don't know if one's so much better than the other. They drafted one the year before, and then they drafted Levis this spring. You remember in the draft, and Mike, everybody said he was going to be a first rounder, and then he goes to the early second round, and I thought they got a good deal. I don't know if he can play in the NFL. We're about to see if he plays significant minutes or snaps. But, Mike, what about Vrabel getting snarky with the reporter after being asked about the quarterbacks?
Yeah, because you didn't give any specificity to how will they be used. So listen to this exchange between Vrabel and a writer who covers the team on a regular basis because he knows his first name, and I guess he was raising his hand as Vrabel was speaking. Take a listen.
On the both quarterbacks playing thing,
I'm going to focus on the Falcons. Good.
For this game.
And we're going to talk about why are you holding your hands like that?
I'm trying to get a question in here.
Well, then ask the question. No, I'm just saying, you look ridiculous. Just ask the question, Joe.
Okay, now let me ask you a question. On the two quarterback thing, would that be
against a really good defense? We have to run the football, whoever plays quarterback.
Okay.
Whether
would that
that's
be
right.
Switching series, or would that be like one guy's the starter and one guy's
No,
the situation?
we'll figure out the game plan as we work through the week.
I mean, I like Vrabel. We had a chance to hang out with him at the Super Bowl a couple years back, but that's just absolute BS. I mean, you're just like, these guys have a job to do. It's a legitimate question. It's not a badgering question. It's not a question, Carl, that's off in the weeds. It's a legitimate question. And he's raising his hand because what do you want him to do? Talk over you? Right? He's raising. And so I thought it was real disrespectful from Vrabel, man.
It's proper etiquette. If you've got a variety of folks in the room when coach is speaking, and let's just say it's 25, 30 folks. It depends on the day, right? It depends on the game. You might have some national folks there. Hey, coach, I want to get a question in. And then they go to you. Yeah, it's not, coach, and then he points at somebody. So, yeah, I think it's proper etiquette as to what the reporter did. But, yeah, Vrabel, this was him feeling himself. Mike, I think he's a really good coach. This team, though, their window to get to the Super Bowl, when Coach Art left, it left. And for what it's worth, this is why we're talking about the trade rumors, all right, with Derrick Henry. They already traded A.J.
Traded their best safety just 10 days ago? Yeah.
This team now is in a different place than where they were just a few years ago, where everybody thought they were on the cusp of getting to the Super Bowl. So for Mike Vrabel, again, I think he's feeling a little bit of that. But, yeah, man, there was no reason to get snarky with the report. It was a great question.
So I just heard that. I heard this morning with Steak and Sandra. I was like, I know Vrabel. He's a guy's guy. And, I mean, as we said, there are times, and we've all been there, Carl can tell you, and I think you've heard sometimes we've played some of these press conferences, sometimes there's cringe-worthy questions, right, where even in the room, right, reporters will turn around and look at the other reporter like, really?
What is he talking about?
No, that's a legit question. Are you going to rotate him in? Is one guy going to start at the half? Have you just said both quarterbacks are going to play? How are you going to play him?
Hawks lose last night in their season opener, their home opener, tomorrow, right here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game versus the Knicks, who lost to the Celtics, by the way, in their home opener last night. Pre-game's at 7:30's tip, and we'll be down there at State Farm Arena tomorrow, so make sure you tune in. Today, a little bit later on, we're going to talk to Jalen Johnson on the show. He had a really good game, but what did Coach Quinn Snyder say about last night?
So layups and threes, I think we got a team that can make both of those. And I guess what I was beginning to say is it's very common when you're not having a good shooting night to stop defending. And I thought we kept competing on the defensive end. So would we have liked to win? Absolutely. But some things that I saw that we can build on. And, it's only game one.
That is Quinn Snyder. It is game one. You love to win your opener. I'd like to win on Friday, our home opener. Right. I know many of you guys have reached out and said, hey, I'm going to a game. I want to see what the Hawks look like, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I just felt like last night was one of those games that You just couldn't get out of your own way. That was part of the problem. You know, you were relying on Hunter. He fouls out. Trey doesn't necessarily shoot the ball well. Neither does DJ. So you couldn't find a way to get any momentum. And meanwhile, Charlotte, Mike, they're hitting all their shots.
Yeah, Snyder wants them to hit threes, and those guys were combined 1 for 12. And I mentioned, Trey hit a big one late, which kept you within one possession of the game. And then, of course, it got 2, and you had to start fouling. And then once that starts, the game's over. But if you didn't see it last night, just some daggers. And it was funny. I mean, it was Brandon Miller, by the way, making his NBA debut, former Alabama star.
He's nice.
Yeah, man. P.J. Washington had 1 3, but it was a dagger. Ball hit a couple. Rozier hit a couple, but and they weren't exactly shooting lights out. They shot less than 30%, but they just seemed to make them down the stretch in the fourth quarter.
By the way, is Bogey all right?
Well, in that load management already for Bogey, game 1?
I'm just asking. I mean, Bogey should be giving us guys consistently off the bench 15, 18 points a game.
Well, 24 minutes last night, 3 for 9.
Yeah. So I'm just asking. It's game 1. I'm figuring he's okay. I saw him competing internationally, a couple of months back. He looked really good. That's the guy that Mike has to give us bench production.
Capella, 6 for 10. He did flush it once late in the game, but that's just watching Capella around the basket.
You're not getting enough?
Just like, get it in the basket. I mean, it's like you're facing the basket. You're within a foot of the basket. No touch. Just got no touch.
Coming up.
It's like he's playing with oven mitts.
Well, listen, sometimes, the thing is, those big guys, you get up there and you're just trying to lay it up. I've always said, I'd rather you dunk and scream, okay?
Right.
That's what I want to see. Ah!
He did it late. Again, there were a couple of moments that you thought, okay, we're back in there. We're not. Because they come right back down, boom, and they run right past Trey or somebody at 3.
I'm
with you.
Dunk it and scream. All right? Give that to us, Capella. Hey, coming up, we had a chance to visit with Coach Arthur Smith yesterday. We're going to let you hear what he had to say about getting ready for Tennessee and also the mistakes of Desmond Ridder. It's Dukes and Bell on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Headlines brought to you by our friends at ATL Live Well. Low T doesn't have to keep you down. Call ATL Live Well today.
Look who just rolled in.
It is Coach Arthur Smith joining us live at Flowery Branch. Let's make sure Coach's mic is on. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good. Can I just get one thing out of the way before we proceed with the interview?
Sure.
I am not the leader of toxic groupthink, okay, when it comes to your quarterback. Let the record reflect. I just wanted to cut down on the turnover.
No, that wasn't necessarily just like somebody's opinion about him. I appreciate the lead-in.
Pass it to the PR guy's like, what?
No, but I mean, look, it's my point was, what happens about some of the, the labels that get put on guys before they take a snap in this league. Right. And I swear to you, and that's what we love about this game, right? As the popularity's grown in the last 20 years and the way it's covered is awesome, but you see it. You see it in every industry. You see it in society is, it's boring to really evaluate quarterbacks, to watch every snap. You meet with these guys, and then a lot of times it's about fit, the chemistry of what you're trying to do, and then a little bit of luck. You may love a player and somebody takes him before you. So there's a lot goes on, but sometimes I think it's a little ridiculous. Some guys get propped up, and if you really watch a film, you're like, you don't even know what you're looking at. And then other guys that get unfairly criticized, and you're like, well,
it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's not bad, so that's the beauty of football. There's so much to value in every play. What's what keeps all of us in business, I guess.
Art, let's talk about this with Ritter real quick, because part of my discussion with people out here is you got to give him a chance, okay? And we, as fans, are probably less patient, right, obviously, than we say people in the building, yourself, Terry Fontenot, Dave Ragone, people that are around him every day. And part of this is, I think, the only way you get better, okay, been doing this a long time, was for me to do it. Was for me to be on the air, for me to do this every day. And I've been preaching this to our fans, like, this is the first time our organization has gone through this transition, 15 years of Matt. And then we're going through this transition with the new quarterback. But the only way you get better, Coach, is you got to play.
Reps.
So part of this is, and a lot of people are like, well, why is Coach, he should maybe sit him down and he should maybe play the other guy. The only way, in my opinion, you can tell me, you got to do it.
Yeah, the act of doing. I mean, it's why you practice. And I think sometimes, too, we find different ways to rationalize not working. When you see the debate in other sports about load management or this and that, and you try to be smarter, right? We're more advanced as a society than ever, right? We have more information at our fingertips. We may be more uninformed, though.
Yeah.
And I think that of the whole truth, whether it was 2,000 years ago and you were a builder or you're a quarterback in the NFL, you can study film. People have tried every vaporware product they can try to sell with virtual reality and all these things, that the next greatest thing at the end of the day until you physically go do it. And it's the only way to truly get better. And the other things around them, too. I mean, your job at quarterback is to make things right. But you also need the other 10 at times, too. I mean, there's certain plays that guys scramble out and they make everybody miss. And it's everybody's watching TV or coaching or whatever, like, holy crap, that's a hell of a play. But 95% of this stuff is you need everybody on the same page.
It's Arthur Smith, guys, live with us here at Flowery Branch. Second game in a row, your opening drive has resulted with a touchdown, which is something, obviously, I know you want to see that happen every week. And then we talked about it. We broke, as we like to say, we broke down the film like this, a Bruder film. The one hit in the huddle where he coughs up the ball, that can happen to any NFL quarterback. We looked at the Dahlman snap. It was like almost like the snap wasn't deep enough when he didn't receive the snap. I know that's something that you both guys can work on cleaning up.
Yeah, those are the age-old debates. I've been on staffs where the O-line coach is going to blame the quarterback every time.
Right.
That's not the case. We don't have that, but I've been around that, and it's never this guy's fault. Never that. You look at it, and again, this is the chicken or the egg argument, but at the end of the day, it's professional football. We got to get the snap. And, whether the quarterback, because it's on, leaves too quick or the snap was that's our job as professionals, to start to play. So we got to clean that up clearly, right? But, and then, what the last one is, you watch the first touchdown and you think you're going to hit. I mean, we got to, it's that human nature. And I've been telling this the last couple of weeks. The next step for us to be, get to where we want to, is that we got to finish that last mile delivery, which is the most expensive cost in logistics, and it's the most expensive real estate and then football, and we've got to punch it in, and we got to stop finding creative ways to sabotage ourselves. Is a nice way I can put it on the air.
Coach, we play a soundbite from you last year that says we got to score more points, and we drop it in every time when we talk about our offense. Here's the number, okay? 29th in scoring right now. How do we score more points? We left 21 on the board, to your point last week. That's how I felt. I don't know how you felt. How do we score more points? We're still struggling with this aspect, even though we're winning football games. How?
You just answered.
How?
It's pretty easy. Don't fumble against. No, I'm being serious. Yeah. Those are like at worst, that's a 4-point loss.
Right.
Don't get a personal foul in field goal range. I'm just telling you when you break them down. This is why. I've been through this before. What you see is progress. We're moving the ball at a great clip. We got to finish. But as I said, we're finding creative ways, and so it's not an excuse. It's what happened. But when you get down there and you're giving points away, that's what it affects. And you're talking about the difference. And that's what last in the league. You're talking about 32 teams. I've been on teams where, when you're 10 percentage points better, you're doing something. But the difference between sometimes 8 and 23 isn't that much. Now we're in a 7-game sample size. If you look at the end of the year, yeah, clearly there's been a trend. We got to fix it. But if you look at it, we fumbled Houston in the red zone. We had the personal foul to get a field goal right before. Okay, call it 10 points. Call it 6. That affects you. You have an interception down there in the red zone. That's going to affect it. Going into the right in the midfield as you're pushing in, and so they're and the defense has a say. And then you look at last week.
3.
So there's your answer.
Okay. All right.
And one of the things we did get this week, it was the first road win for Desmond Ridder. Also, you had another one of his game-winning drives. In this case, 42 yards to set up the coup field goal. So that's going to make you feel good. The throw in traffic to Pitts. Pitts makes a great adjustment in air on that catch.
No, he did. I mean, that's what's going on is as we've made these investments and we're trying. Again, every year is going to be different. How you decide and what you think you have around you as a team to try to win. We've been pushing this thing. We don't want to. As this thing's evolving, this is where it's got to pay. Sometimes you're making these investments. We tweak. We're not going to be the same every year. We have our core values, but what we've tried to build this offense is the ball can go anywhere. It's not just they're going to run it 90 times. You got to defend everything, and so that's again you're seeing progress here. But the next step is yes, we got to put the ball in the damn end zone, get more touchdowns. That's how we can become an explosive offense. As you're right, you can make that argument. Okay, now we're what are we in total offense, right? Right. So for us to be a top 5 offense, to really be doing something and scoring, getting to where we want to, we got to finish in the red zone. We got to keep tweaking things, and you look at everything. Are guys open? Are you're in position to score? Why aren't you scoring? I mean, those are things that you're objectively looking at every week. But there is progress, a lot of progress being made, and thankfully we're stacking wins. Again, we want more. That's as you build this thing. So we're playing our best football. Hopefully late in the year, getting ready to play more.
Coach Arthur Smith joining us here live at Flowery Branch, guys. It's Dukes and Bell, Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We get a chance to chop it up with Coach each and every week. We get ready for the Titans coming up on Sunday. Let me ask you about the RPO. It seemed like last week, Dez, right, carries, I think one of those was obviously a call for him, or I don't know if it was a read, but he scores on it. And then we saw it later in the game, the one he gets the ball knocked out. Is that something that you've added? Has it always been there? Or what's going on there, Coach, with the RPO and letting Dez do things that we know he's capable of with his feet?
There's a lot of things that happen on every play. I don't like the public to talk about schemes because you wouldn't be surprised that how many people listen to this. That's why I don't get into schemes, to be honest. But you guys can see it. I mean, they're smart. Right. I mean, like they say, I always roll my eyes when people in our industry talk down to people. There's people that are passionate. Yeah, they may not know the technical jargon.
Right.
Obviously, clearly, you know it enough to know that there was a couple options on the play. But they're a little bit different. We tweaked that to try to take an advantage. When you have a running quarterback, here's how I look at it. It's a math game. So if I hand the ball off to you, the other 9 guys got to block. So there's 2 guys free. When you're making an extra defender account, maybe it's zone read, maybe it is an RPO. You're taking that 10th defender and you're trying to get the number count. They can defend both to give them a little hesitation. When you have a quarterback that can do that makes it a pain to defend. That's the only way you really can get the number count back, if you look at it like a math problem. Right. So that's kind of what, again, I'm not going to get into this game. We change it sometimes week to week, different looks. But that's another element to your offense, and it makes it getting harder on the defense. It's one more thing to defend.
Arthur Smith was guys live in our Ticketmaster studios here at Flowery Branch. We look at Tennessee, and you were up there for many years, and I know you know the big fella, man. Derrick Henry's still there. It seems like physicality. I know it's been brought up a few times in press conferences. The physical nature of what this game is, because the teams, there's so many similarities in what they're trying to do from the benchmarks you set before you left.
Well, look, It's why I got so much respect for Mike Vrabel. You know, we each have our different philosophies and some different things, but at my core, the reason I think it works so well with me and when I work for Braves is that we have a shared philosophical belief in how, to play up front. And obviously, that's what we know, that they play a physical brand. We got to play our best football because it doesn't matter whoever they trade, whoever's playing quarterback. That's a way to get embarrassed and go down there. And history will tell you that. And given plenty of history lessons, we got to play our best football. And that's the name of this game. You get a win. We just can't all of a sudden play this roller coaster because you go on the road. It's so hard to win every week. Understand the environment you're walking into and understanding, what you're facing. We got to clean the stuff up. Like, you can't live on the edge like that, turning the ball over. And just hope you have a chance late and be able to do it. I mean, if that's what happens in the game, and we'll find a way to win it. We've got to take that next step.
Yeah, ask Buffalo last week. Ask the 49ers last week. That's what Coach is talking about. As you talk about that philosophy, what is it? Well, what is it? Can you expound on that? Because you say that, and it's very broad and general. Are you just saying, hey, we're going to kick your butt up front? That's how we operate?
It's not as like caveman as that, but
well, what is the philosophy?
Big boxcar runs over a little boxcar.
Because I agree with you, Coach, and I know that you guys are similar in that. But when we talk to these coaches and we say, hey, what is it that, like, fundamentally, this is what we're going to be?
Sure. Everybody says they want to be a fast, smart, physical team.
Sure.
It's the implementation and how you implement it and the kind of people you get. So, sometimes it's pretty simple. You want to be a physical team, go get physical players. And then have a program that, that's accountability and this and that. Everybody says the same things. It's like everything. You guys read the same inspirational quotes. There's plenty of grifters online that make a living now of making dramatic music and giving you this thing, and people spend all day looking at it instead of doing anything about it, So it's the implementation. It's holding the accountability because it's hard. It's hard when you're trying to get better every week. Just watch us practice. The way those guys work. It's still never lost to me. I appreciate it. It's our job. We get paid well. Sure, Grady gets paid well. David gets paid well. Watch those guys work. And the same thing with Chris and Jake and Caleb and those guys. And it's a daily, day-to-day. It's nothing flashy, nothing special, but it's doing those boring habits, and it's hard work. And that's kind of what it really boils down to.
One thing we didn't cover, I know you already addressed it with the media, the Bijan Robinson headache and situation. He did get in the game. And so to me, by the way, we said there's nothing to see here for the NFL because I don't want to put words in your mouth because it didn't happen on Friday.
I'm sorry.
And he was out there. I just made the reaction. Yeah. But I was going to just follow it up with the good news is when he can't go, heaven forbid, later in the year, CP still has it, and Tyler Algier was running the ball effectively as well.
Yeah. Look, there's so many things I want to say.
Say it, Coach. Say it.
Sometimes it's frustrating for me.
So,
I know. Sometimes it's frustrating for me. But at the end of the day, look, we want depth on this team, and it allows you to move guys around, and it allows you to show that you're adaptable. So something comes up in their game, or a guy goes out in the second play of the game. Again, it's our job to problem solve, and you want to have contingency plans and play winning football, and not sit there and act like you're helpless. Because we'll never do that. So, yeah, it was great to see CP. Tyler ran the ball extremely well. He made a great play. Him and Dez in space backed up. It was a huge play, flipping the field. We got a lot of guys playing really good football, and that helps. And we need everybody. And some weeks there's going to be one guy that's going to get the hot hand. I mean, you saw the first drive, New was wide open. Eventually they changed a little bit now. They're covering some things, and some other guys, yeah. But I mean, that's what you want, right? You got Kyle here. You want to shade to Drake. Fine, there comes New down the seam. You saw that, and then you got to adapt, and that's the chess match. They played a lot of man in the second half, switched out the nickel player because we were trying to match Drake up on him, and so they went from playing zone to playing man. And then the one thing I will say, where I think Bijan does affect the game, and we need him in situational football. He could go. Does that affect their call? We'll never know, but I know we got the call we wanted when Kyle ran out of there. Right. So there is some strategy behind that too, and that's when you have a real team and guys understand how it all fits together. And then again, that's the next part. That's what's fun about what we're building. We have a lot of these young skill guys. We got to continue to build, and I promise you, if we can continue on this trend, it'll happen the right way for us.
Last thing, Coach, what do we need to do against this Titans team? Again, you talked about the turnovers. A lot of Falcon fans will say, We just don't need to turn it over. We don't turn it over, we're going to win the game. That's how confident we are about things that we're seeing.
Defense looks great.
But what do we have to do Sunday?
Well, it goes as a team. See, that's the thing too. Sometimes, like, there's a strategy of playing team football. About when you play strategically, you're playing keep away, or sometimes you're conceding a field position battle because they can't go 90 yards. The next step, we talk about the turnovers, obviously, but it's also there's a couple of the little things that we got to take the next step. Like, we can't lose contain, and I got to have it third down, right? And again, the intent could be great, but it's the discipline of the rush lanes. Because if you have the discipline of the rush lanes, I'd argue Grady may get that sack right there. It's a completely different scenario. Clock's running. They got to have a fourth down at 2-minute warning. We stop it. We're in victory. Great. There's a lot of little things that happen on play-to-play, some of the things on special teams. Like, that's what we're all working towards. And so there's a lot of good going on. We got it's a great group of guys to coach. But going into this game, every week there's a different challenge. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at us. So if Tannehill doesn't play, I promise you the message is he'll find a way to get them ready, and we've got to play clean, and we got to play really good situational football. It'll be a tough game, but that's what they all are. That's what we get paid to do. But we got to find a way to win because it's a huge opportunity for us. We need to go on the road again and win another road game.
With you. Coach, appreciate you as always. I wanted to ask you about a play, but you're not going to get into it because I'm watching, and I'm like, the scheme on this play, CP hits it, guys are rolling, and I was like, that was a killer play.
New wrinkle.
Yeah, and I'm like, but you won't talk about it, so I'm not going to.
Too many people, like I said.
I'm not going
to get in the college football debate, but there's people that listen to these.
The walls have ears. Yeah. You got radios in the helmets here. It's good.
Coach Art, appreciate you. Good luck on Sunday.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Guys, that's Coach Arthur Smith here on Dukes and Bell. This hour brought to you by the Man Cave Store. Visit mancavestore.com. Guys, we're going to go around the NFL, as you just heard from our head coach. What else is going on? We got concussion protocols. We got a team that's not happy about being on camera. We'll get into all of it coming up next on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer.
I find it interesting.
Thanks for making us your sports station.
Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Coming up in about 35 minutes, the lovely Barbara Dooley's going to stop by, presented by Kroger. We'll get her thoughts on Georgia, Florida. We'll talk more about the game itself as ESPN is talking about UGA and FSU as title contenders. We know UGA is. FSU, that's Florida State. They may be one of the faves considering the rest of their schedule. We'll get into all of that, Mike. Chris just said something to me real quick, and I just want to mention this. We'll get to an NFL Blitz, guys, and take you around the league. He just told me that you just saw a Christmas commercial. Is that right? Christmas?
Yeah, so...
we're not even at Halloween yet.
We marked it down. It was coming back from break right at about 3 o'clock p.m., 10/26/23. The first holiday commercial was on.
It was like a honey-baked ham? What are we talking about?
It's so early. Like, can we get past Halloween first?
Yeah, I mean, I will say this. I was at Home Depot and the Christmas trees are up because it'll be November before you know it, but... Yeah, it's marketing, man. I mean, geez Louise.
It's so early.
Shouldn't we have like cornucopias and Thanksgiving stuff first and then jump to Christmas?
Well, that's the thing. This gets back to the whole leaving the Christmas lights up, half the year. Maybe we might as well if we're doing Christmas commercials in October.
In your neighborhood, there's something new this year. They're doing Halloween lights. Kind of cool. A lot of folks in my neighborhood have really gone for the fences, man, and they're going for the gusto. Orange and black and all sorts of cool, like different Halloween displays with lights now on the house for Halloween.
There's a giant Jack Skellington right now in the middle of Peachtree Street.
Yeah.
Can we get that down first before we put Christmas lights
That's
up?
all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I'm all about the holidays. I'm all about Thanksgiving and the festive spirit and all. I got to get past Halloween. And I told you guys, I love Halloween. And, Mike, by the way, those lights, I just think more people are using them. They've been around. We've got colored lights on our back patio and screened-in room and all that stuff.
Now with the LEDs, you can just program what you want, right?
Yes, and they come with a remote now where you can just, put it in. But, yeah, man, I don't know. Chris said that to me, and I was like, can we slow down just a little bit?
By the way, has anybody in your neighborhood got like they have like the skeleton version of the family in the front yard?
Haven't seen that.
That's creepy. We got somebody
not in my not in my street, but down the street from us. It's they have a scene set up where they're doing like aerobics and yoga together, but it's like 8 of them. Yeah.
So like when you see somebody in a minivan or an SUV and they got the little stick figures of the family. So there's one of my neighbors. I take Ike for a walk every morning, and so you got like the mom, the dad, the kids, and then you have like a dog skeleton. Creepy as hell.
No, I ain't seen it.
So it's all set up on the front lawn, and so as I walk, and Ike's of course, he's freaked out by the dog skeleton, so he's just gnarling and.
The whole thing now that has changed is the blow-ups. Like, everybody's got the blow-ups, right? You do it for Christmas, but now they've got the blow-ups for Halloween, too. So, either way, man. All right, just had to put our 2 cents in there. Hey, coming up, yeah, man, no man's on the way. Orrin, let's get to an NFL Blitz.
Welcome to the NFL. With news and notes from around the league, this is NFL Blitz on Dukes and Bell.
More on the Falcons coming up. Mike just said they are working on what up there at Flowery Branch?
Ball security. They've got broomsticks with all sorts of boxing gloves attached to them, and they're pow! They're just whacking everybody as they're going through. So whatever it takes, man. I was wondering if they make Desmond Ridder carry the football like Omar Epps in the program.
Yeah.
All day long. But they're working on ball security. D-Led's got the photo up on his Twitter page from the AJC.
Hey, man, Hard Knocks. No, not the one that we watch in the offseason. There's an in-season Hard Knocks, and this year it's the Dolphins. And Xavier Howard does not happy, Mike. He says this is BS. He says now this is something else his team's got to deal with. I don't like it. I'm not a fan. And he says, no, I'm being very serious.
Maybe they can ask those camera guys who can play some defense. They can jump in and help out.
Well, look, I'll be honest. Last year, I think it was the Cardinals. I didn't even know. I didn't even watch it.
Yeah.
Okay?
I love the preseason one, and I did catch bits and pieces of the Cardinals because I was curious of the Kyler Murray dynamic, but it didn't really get as much as you'd like to see because obviously he wasn't playing.
Tua says he prefers to go about his work in a private manner. While we're speaking of the Dolphins, we'll see how that plays out. And if you're curious, it is going to be on. It's the in-season Hard Knocks. Let me hear Tua Tagovailoa talk about playing without Tyreek Hill. He was not at practice yesterday.
You can't sleep on. If we couldn't have Tyreek, that would be, tough. But the show goes on. You got to continue to play. And somewhere down the line, we're going to get Tyreek back. And, it has to be one of those things where you never let your foot off the gas and you don't lose that rhythm as a team or as a unit.
Somewhere down the line, is he saying he's hurt more than what?
Well, yeah, because he was at practice today, and according to the Miami Herald, He was a little gimpy, but he was still he was running his routes and he was catching balls. He's dealing with a hip injury, but they're saying it's soft tissue.
Okay.
So that means muscle. That means it may take more than a week. So for fantasy owners, just expect the Dolphins to slow roll this, and then they'll pull the plug on him on Friday or Saturday, I should say. So be aware of that. I've got him. I know. I speak from experience. I got Tyreek Hill. He's winning me some loot so far.
Okay. Yeah, I just found that comment interesting by Tua. We'll see if they rush him back. There's no reason to. They're still in a very good spot. Meanwhile,
he's out there. He's on the field today, according to multiple reports.
Yeah, missed practice yesterday. Didn't know after Tua said that how long he might be out. Micah Parsons, locker room media should treat everyone the same, Mike. What? Parsons has said a couple of different things this season, hasn't he? I mean, this podcast, he's just kind of opening up. He thought
it's almost too much.
Well, he thought people were, not defending Dak as much as they should, and these other quarterbacks should be criticized. Here's Micah Parsons.
They basically stealing my content, and they wrong. They doing exactly what I said they're going to do. You know what I'm saying? Whether we win or lose, they going to have something to say. And people think I'm shying from criticism. No, criticism is not the problem. Just criticize everyone on the same energy. I don't know. They just as big as bullies as these other guys. They trying. I don't know. People decide who when should get breaks too. I wasn't raised like that. I treat everybody the same. I'm gonna talk about everybody the same, get everyone the same benefit of the doubt. That's the type of real person that I stand on. A lot of these dudes ain't real.
Okay.
Is he talking about the media there? Yeah. Giving everybody a fair shake? This is basically what he's saying.
Well, Skip Bayless ain't even there anymore. Skip Bayless is in L.A. For those who don't know, he made his bones in Dallas and used to do the things that Mike is talking about. But, yeah, I mean, I respect his candor and his, he gives you a lot of strong opinions, and that's cool. But, I mean, some of this almost gets to the point, dude, you're playing for the Cowboys. The media can be great. The media can be jerks. What can I tell you? It's a hard knock life, bro. You're getting paid, and you will get the big contract coming up, millions and zillions of dollars, and you got to put up with some of the jacklegs in the media, who may undercut you at times. So just deal with them, at arm's length. Be careful, and just watch what you say to who you don't think has got your back.
Yeah,
right. What else can you say? It's common sense.
Yeah, because everybody's not going to treat Micah or the Cowboys or any. They're not going to get treated fairly. I mean, there is a bigger stage and a bigger platform for them that they have to live in and live on. Kyle Shanahan says Purdy showed symptoms on the plane of being concussed. We don't know if he's going to play this week. It's our NFL Blitz. It's brought to you by our friends at Priority Men's Medical Centers. Check them out at PriorityMen'sMedical.com. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
He started getting symptoms on the plane, so we found that out when we landed. We were all pretty asleep, but then he got all checked up today or yesterday, and now he's in the protocol.
Bengals at 49ers, late game. Yeah, we were talking, and not to make light of it because concussions are now obviously treated as seriously as they should, but it may explain some of the things that happened late in that game where he didn't look right, and throws were awful.
They were. If he doesn't play, listen,
it is, right?
What's that?
It's, what's his face? Sam Darnold, yeah.
Yeah, if he doesn't play. But I'm saying Edge has to go to. I think Burrow's a better quarterback, but
Burrow's not 100% yet.
Correct. And I don't know if he doesn't play, if that's not a dub for the Bengals. We'll see, man. Mm-hmm. Hey, coming up, Yeah Man, No Man's on the way. We're going to talk to Barbara Dooley about our dogs in Florida. Big matchup this weekend. Cocktail party. We'll see what story she has to share with us. Coming up at 3:40. Yeah Man, No Man's next.
Have you been injured on the job? Call me, Seth Bader at Bader Scott Accident Attorneys. We turn fear and frustration into care and compensation. Call 404-888-8888. Bader Scott, caring for you. It's what we do.
It's Dukes and Bell.
We got spirit. How about you?
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Hope you're having a great Thursday. Coming up, Barbara Dooley's going to join us. Jalen Johnson's on the way as well. Last night, Hawks fans were like, yo, maybe we need more Jalen Johnson in our life.
Johnson!
21 points for Jalen last night. He shot the ball well. Played well, man. Hawks lose. They'll play their home opener against the Knicks on Friday.
Yeah.
Right now, let's get to Yeah Man, No Man.
It's time for Yeah Man, No Man. He's the former MVP of his high school football team. Not really. From New Jersey.
The Cavs are here.
And gives rapid-fire questions. Here's the executive producer of the Dukes and Bell Show, Chris Thomas.
What is going on, Turtle?
This situation in Cleveland, guys, is bizarre. Deshaun Watson finally spoke today about what the heck happened last weekend, because there was a shoulder problem and a concussion protocol that was passed, but then he didn't go back in the game, and it was 39-38, and now you're wondering if P.J. Walker's going to start again. Looks like he is. So what about Deshaun? He's in a very peculiar spot. We all know about that fat contract that he signed, the scandals that he's had, and his time in Cleveland has been rough, to say the least. He just hasn't played well. Well, this is what he said when asked about him potentially not wanting to go back into the game. Quote, "Why wouldn't I want to play? I just worked my butt off for 2 years to get back to play. If it doesn't come from me, all that other stuff is BS." Yeah, man, no man. You buying the statement from Watson?
I mean, you kind of have to say something, right? I mean, sort of win the crowd over. I mean, you pay me $250 million guaranteed. I'm here to bring the land a football championship, the first time since the days of Jim Brown. Wasn't even a Super Bowl back then, Carl. That's how long it's been. I don't know, man. If he can't go, he can't go. You know, I mean, that's where it's at. I mean, injuries are part of football. Burrow's been hurt. We've already talked about, Tyreek Hill. There's been a lot of big-name stars, injuries. Quarterbacks, none bigger than Aaron Rodgers. But at this point, if you're a Cleveland, I could imagine to Cleveland. I mean, when is he going to play, Carl? Is he going to hit when's the rubber going to hit the road?
I'm curious about this because I think there may be more to this injury than they're leading on. But I appreciate him coming out and speaking about his desire to play, because I don't think that's the question. I don't think anybody who's watched Deshaun Watson, whether he was in Gainesville, whether he was at Clemson, he's always been a guy that's going to play if he can play. But right now, Mike, the problem is you've missed all this time, the off-season, off-the-field stuff.
Right.
Now you're back, and you can't play, and so the return on investment is being questioned. That's where we're at right now. It's not personal. It's, bro, like we're spending a lot of money. We gave you all this money. We need you to be out there. And by the way, his defense has been halfway decent. Right. If they had decent quarterback play, the Browns could be real contenders. I don't know if they're going to the playoffs in that division, Mike. Right now I'm looking at the Ravens, and I'm still thinking Cincinnati.
We've talked about this a lot. I mean, over the years, after all the coaches and everything that went down, while Baker was there as well, they had so many good draft picks, because they were so bad, they put together a really good team. I mean, they've got dudes. I mean, Myles Garrett eventually is going to probably want to get traded at some point. I mean, unless he's happy to get paid to not win Super Bowls, and he's certainly one of the best. I mean, that's the dude who gets after it. Now, obviously, it really hurt to lose, Chubb this year for them. That's a big shot, but they're still, as you said, a quarterback that can do some special things. They're 4-2. They're certainly in the mix. But he's got to be on the field. The best availability is ability. Or check that. You get that. Reverse it.
So LeBron James, this is interesting as well.
You're not going to say anything bad about LeBron, are you?
Of course not. No. I mean, Michael's better, but that's a conversation.
LeBron's going to do a lot of load management, Carl.
He's old, guys.
Yes, a lot of load management.
And speaking of, this is a very short clip, so maybe we'll play it twice because I want to make sure all the audience gets picks up what I'm putting down here. Okay. He was doing a commercial, and his wife was doing the voiceover, and this was her message to her husband.
Tell them you're not done till you play with your son. Then do that again.
Tell them you're not done until you play with your son.
Play it one more time.
Tell them you're not done till you play with your son. Then do that again.
So
Tell
what
him that
she
you're done, so you play with your son. Then do that again.
then do that again. So what she's saying is, don't just play with Bronny. Wait till Bryce gets.
Oh, come on. This is ridiculous. I mean, how long is he going to be in the league? 35 years? I mean, give me a break. It's not happening. I love LeBron. That's not happening. Okay?
What's his intro music going to be? Old Man River. He keeps on rolling.
You know how LeBron does the powder at the table? He'll be doing it like an old man. He'll be like, oh, here's the powder in the air.
He'll look like De Niro in The Irishman.
So I believe if he waits for Bryce, he'll be 41 going on 42.
Wow.
I mean, he keeps himself in tremendous shape, Carl.
Well, yeah, he's got that hyperbaric chamber in his house. That's why. Listen,
Wow.
it's a great idea. I get his wife saying, not happening, guys. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The other night, I watched just a little bit, and he didn't play a lot of minutes in that first game. I think they played tonight or whatever. But there was a play where, and I didn't see it until they showed the replay, but they were in Denver. And ball goes to the corner, and I don't know who it was. And all of a sudden, like a jab step where he makes a move, and LeBron stumbles and falls, and everybody's like, oh! And then the guy hits the three, and I'm like, did he just get freaked? Like, did he just stumble? And then they show that his foot got stepped on. But it was one of those things where he looked old in the moment, like he couldn't move.
Anybody gets their foot stepped on, obviously.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's the highlight stuff you're going to see.
Udonis Haslam played till 42.
Yeah, but he didn't play.
But he didn't play. He's on the bench those last 5 years with the Heat. But technically
he was on
there.
The bench.
Yes.
I mean,
LeBron is the oldest player currently active in the association.
Could he be a guy that
no, Chris?
No.
Could he be a guy that comes off the bench?
No.
15 minutes a night.
Is Jordan when Mike went to Washington? Did he come off the bench?
First off, Jordan fans know that time period never happened.
He still
Michael
averaged
Jordan,
20 a game.
He never played as a Wizard. No, Chris, he never
came off the
played
bench.
as a Wizard, and we don't even think about what happened here in Atlanta. They gave him like 5 chances to make a 3-point shot.
How old was Mike when he did that? He was 40, right? He was 40. He was pressing
I think
40.
He was 40.
He didn't come off the bench. LeBron's not coming off the bench for anybody.
Do what Melo did. He had a whole second act based on coming off the bench. All right, one guy that's not coming off the bench, or maybe he is if he gets fired, is
Jordan was 39 his last year. 38 and 39 in D.C.
He didn't come off the bench.
No, he didn't. But that team was.
He averaged 30.
What?
He averaged 35 and a half minutes those last 2 years with the Wiz.
That's kind of impressive, though.
Yeah.
That's impressive. But you know why? Because he was the show.
Still average. I will say this, though.
That's the only reason why you went.
I mean, as Chris said, 22.9 and 20 on the button for his last year in the NBA.
Yeah, he could still shoot it. Yeah. That's all LeBron would need to do.
How many attempts are we talking about?
I'm going to guess he had 18 attempts a game.
I would have guessed that, too.
I'm looking right
By the
now.
way, that team wasn't
He
any good.
averaged 22 field goal attempts his next to last year, and then 18.6 his last season.
Team wasn't any good. He was the show. There was
He
no
was the
reason
show.
why you were going to go see the Wizards play at that point. So,
all right, one more quick one before we get out of here. This is just bizarre. So the Bulls got waxed on opening night by the Thunder, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander put up 30, and they lost 124 to 104. Whatever. We're talking about it with our Hawks. They decided to have a closed-door meeting after the game, Billy Donovan?
The players request that for you guys to kind of maybe stay out of the room?
No, I kind of had just walked in there to talk to them, and they were talking, and I said, do you guys need space? And they just said yes, so I walked out.
Hear that conversation?
I have no idea. I walked in there, they were all talking, which is good. They were all talking. And I really don't know what was said. I went in there, and they just said, Coach, can we talk as a team? And I said, fine.
The pride of St. Agnes, baby, Billy D. So, Carl, game one. Let's bring it in, man. We need a team meeting.
it's a little excessive, don't you think?
He says he claims he's got no responsibility for this. So somebody in there said, bring it in, men. Now, usually, don't you wait for around the All-Star break to have that kind of soul searching? Because you can only do this once or twice a year.
Well,
if more than once, someone says you got to do it once a year.
I mean, I just don't know what you're saying after one game. I just had no idea.
Hey, I'd love the Hawks to have a game one meeting and have some OG come out there, maybe like Wesley Matthews. Hey, DeAndre, you ain't nothing. By the way, the famous this is one. If we can ever get Dominique back on the program, it's been a minute. Dominique will tell a story like his next to last or his last year with the NBA. He was with the Magic, and Gerald, his brother, was there. Yeah. And they had a team meeting, and Gerald just basically starts sauteing and flambeing everybody on the team. And he looks at Penny, goes, Penny, you ain't even a nickel. And it's I just now that's the other end of the spectrum when it comes to a team meeting. But yeah, when are we? Hey, here's a great over under for the show. We can all participate. When do we have our first closed-door players-only Hawks team meeting in 23-24?
I'm hoping we don't, but if we are, it's got to be at least two and a half, 3 months in. I mean, it can't be before Christmas before you're having a team meeting.
I'll go January. I'll go mid-January. I'll look at the schedule. But what do you want? You want a piece of this action? We'll go like $10 a man.
Yeah, who's calling the meeting? Oren says who's leading the meeting.
I don't even care, but when do we get the first closed-door players-only Hawks meeting in 23-24? I'm going to go mid-January. Who's with me?
All right, over under January 14th, 2024.
Right?
All right.
Oren, you want a piece of this action?
Yeah, I'll get into that. I'll say not January. I'll say the end of February.
Okay.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. You cannot. There should be some kind of rule. You cannot have a team meeting after one game. It's just that you got 81 more games.
Why are you that mad after the first game?
For real.
What happened in the first game that made you that mad?
And I just saw you at practice for like 2 weeks leading up to the first game. You probably were doing the same thing in practice, and we could have had this conversation.
Too damn funny.
All right, Oren, we got to have a team meeting in the commercial break. Hit my music.
I hope we don't need a team meeting. I'll tell you who doesn't need a team meeting. The lovely Barbara Dooley. She's going to join us next, guys. Stay right there as we talk dogs in Florida on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Back to more Dukes and Bell.
Let's go, let's go.
Presented by Finley Roofing.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game. It's time for the Dooley Report with Barbara Dooley. Brought to you by Kroger, fresh for everyone on Dukes and Bell.
It is always one of the biggest games of the season, and the lovely Barbara Dooley is here with us. Brought to you by Kroger, guys. And we talk to her each and every week. And Georgia, Florida, Barbara, as you know more than anybody, how this game can bring people together and it can divide people when it comes to this rivalry game. How are you doing today, Barbara?
I'm great, but I'm at home for the first time in many, 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 many years, and my stomach is flipping just thinking about Saturday when the Gators and the Bulldogs meet. And I started laughing a little while ago talking to my son, Daniel, and he said, Mom, do you remember how Dad was? He wouldn't even listen to Larry Munson before a game. He wouldn't. Because Larry, we can just hear him right now going, oh, Vince, Brock is out. I don't know how we're going to do without Brock. And, oh, gosh, Napier beat Tennessee and South Carolina. And what are we heading for? And Vince just said, Larry, don't call me. Don't call me. I don't want to see you before the game.
Yeah, Larry's, and for those of our younger audience that we presume that every dog fan knows and kids out there listening know Munson was, if you ever listened to the radio call, it was Barbara. The glass is always half empty. 3rd and 15, they've got us pinned. This defense is I don't know what we're going to do here. Lauren, what do you got? Larry, they're dehydrating. He was always like freaking out over stuff.
Oh, I took a trip with Larry. Oh, my gosh. It was incredible. He talked for 5 straight hours, and nothing was happy. Everything was horrible. So I do know what's happening, and I wonder, this is what scares me this week. Coach Napier, I think this is his 2nd season.
Yep.
And he's not sure what he's got yet. And they're either great one week and horrible the next week. And so you don't know what's coming to Jacksonville. And I'll tell you, the Bulldogs better be ready because it's going to be a barn burner.
It is. It's Barbara Dooley joining us here on Dukes and Bell. Barbara, as we look at this rivalry, and, you know, every year, whether it's Georgia being ranked number 1 in the country like they currently are, or Florida, when they had, you know, their time and they were highly ranked, you just don't know what you're going to get at this game. And that's what makes it so much fun. And I just want to talk about the rivalry for a second. We see all this change in college football, Barbara, where conferences are changing and teams, you know. You got West Coast teams now in the ACC. But I want to keep all of these rivalries. This is what makes college football special.
It really does make football special. And the thing that's so ridiculous now is there are teams that you never had a rivalry with before. You got it now. For instance, we always had a huge rivalry with Georgia Tech. Well, Florida has moved up. Alabama has now moved up to that rivalry. And you think about all the ones we used to have, but I think coaches back in the old days were a lot closer to each other than they are now. It was an SEC family, and I don't think it's like that anymore. And that made the rivalry really intense. But I can remember a Georgia-Florida game where Steve Spurrier was up for the Heisman Trophy. And I can still see Steve as a young kid. Well, he was a senior in college, and he was prancing up and down the field, and they were taking pictures of him, and he was posing. And, I mean, he thought he was hot stuff. And we got on that field, and we just beat the crap out of Florida. And I want to tell you, Spurrier has never liked Georgia since.
Right.
We have been a thorn in his side. And the worst thing that happened, the very worst thing that happened, And I said, God has got a sense of humor. Spurrier was going into the Hall of Fame in Georgia, and he had to come to a Georgia rally before a game. And he was pained. He hated every minute of it. It was, and I'm thinking, it's your due, baby. You gave it to us on the sidelines at 19. We're giving it back to you at 60. So it was really funny. But I want to get off the subject because I always like to leave you with a little humor.
Okay.
And I think since this is Halloween, I don't know if most men like crazy wives, but I think Vincent must have. He stayed with me a long time. But one Halloween, he always worked late. It was football season, and he never got home before 10:30. That was a good night. So he came in on Halloween, and I said, plus he never knew what time kids went to bed.
Right.
So I said, Vincent, here's the trick-or-treat stuff. If anybody rings the doorbell, take this bowl of candy to the door, and they're going to say trick or treat, and you hold the bowl out and let them pick what they want. He said, okay. So I went back I said, I'm going to take a bath. So I went back to my bedroom, and I got undressed, and I put on a trench coat, and I put on a mask, and I went out of my bedroom door to the front door, and I rang the doorbell. And he very diligently opened the door with the treat bag. And I said, as I flashed him, trick or treat! And he threw the candy at me and said, my treat's in the shower! And slammed the door.
He didn't realize it was you?
No! I had
Oh, my God.
on.
The mask.
I scared the food out of him.
What year was this?
This was when he was coaching.
Oh.
So I had a body that he could look at a lot better than I do.
Oh, my God.
My treat is in the shower.
My treat is in the shower.
Well, at least you knew you had no wandering eyes. At least you had that Barbie. You never have to worry about Coach. He was loyal.
Oh.
He was straight as an arrow, wasn't he?
He was.
Hey, now again, 3 weeks in a row, you're 3 for 3. You've been killing it all season long. I had one question because we are talking about Georgia, Florida. Tonight's Barbara Dooley, by the way, brought to you by Kroger here on Dukes and Bell. It's Georgia State, Georgia Southern tonight down in Statesboro. I know that Irk Russell started the program down there at Georgia State, or Georgia Southern. Barbara, did Coach ever tell Irk one day on the sideline, you can't come out here looking like this? I've seen photos of him. Now, I know he used to headbutt the players and get all bloody, but some of those T-shirts would be hanging on by a thread, and Irk would be out there. Did Vince ever say, you can't dress like this?
Do you realize that's what got that defense going, baby? Holy mackerel, if Irk had come out with hair and no blood dripping from his head, and he loved his muscles, what surprises me is he didn't come out there with a cigar in his mouth.
That's awesome.
He loved those cigars.
Right.
Oh, my gosh. You know what? Have you thought about the characters that we used to have in coaching?
Right.
And how mundane the coaches are today.
It's true. Yeah.
It's
I mean, think of Frank Howard. You remember him?
Right.
No,
up at
you
Clemson.
don't. You're not
yes.
that old.
Up at Clemson.
Yes. No.
Oh, yeah.
All these guys were characters, Barbara. You're right. They all had a different way of doing things. And it's what made them unique, and it's what brought attention to not only their programs, but to college football. You wanted to see these coaches.
You remember Woody Hayes?
Sure.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, you think about coaching today. Who does anybody say that they recognize? I would say it's only Coach Saban.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you.
Think about it.
Yeah.
We knew coaches from all over the country, and we knew their characteristics. But everybody's so darn afraid now of being straight and honest and funny. They're so afraid of getting sued.
Yeah.
The world has gone crazy. We can't be who we are.
Right. I mean, and so many coaches now get fired so quickly, Barbara, you don't get a chance to get through a bad. I mean, let's be honest, you get 3 years now. That's it. Sometimes 2.
Hey, Derek Dooley got 2.
Well, that we could do an entire show on what's going on in Tennessee the last 20 years.
Well, can I tell you, Tennessee still gags me, and I don't care who hears me.
Barbara, you are the best. Hey, go Dogs this Saturday, guys. It's Dogs Gators for another one. Dogs are favored, obviously, in this game as being the number 1 team in the country. Barbara, thank you so much, as always. Enjoy the game.
I will. Happy Halloween.
Who's dressing up as Coach Dooley's wife?
My treat's in the shower. That's unbelievable. She is a prankster.
Man, what a trip.
But here's the deal. Can I say something? I got to say this. This is why they stayed together so long.
Right.
She was fun. She knows what pushed his buttons. And Mike, he was, one of the hardest working guys in the business. She said he wouldn't get home a normal night, 10 o'clock.
Yep.
That's coaching. That's what this is. All right, guys, we got more to get to. Great stuff from Barbara Dooley, presented to you by Kroger. Speaking of the Dogs, who else is really in contention for a chance at the national championship? Mike's been to a few games this season. He's watched them his entire life. A lot of people are saying Florida State. ESPN compared UGA and Florida State as title favorites. We're going to talk about it next.
It's 4 o'clock on the #1 sports talk show for your drive home.
I mean, you know how it is, rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
This is Dukes and Bell.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
There are elements of this show that you just don't want to miss. First of all, you never know what's going to happen. Secondly, when it comes to Barbara Dooley, she's been such a treat this entire season. And if you're just tuning in, maybe just getting in the car, listening on your smart speaker, on your computer, however you're accessing the show, thank you for listening to Atlanta's #1 sports station, its #1 sports show, Dukes and Bell. Mike, you got to go back and listen to Barbara Dooley. If you're checking this out, you've got to go back and listen to her. It's become one of these things. And my wife is like, "When's Barbara on?" I'm like, "What about us? What about Mike and I?" She's like, "When's Barbara on?"
It's funny, where I live at Peachtree City, there's a bunch of dog alum and some older folks that, they don't listen to the show every day, but they are listening Thursday to hear Barbara Dooley because they know something's going to pop. And that's 3 weekends in a row where someone has been naked in the story. Generally, it's her, but it's been a blast and just so much fun. And again, the love that they shared for so many years. And again, it's as you said before the break, man. That's how many guys just love that energy, right? Just the vibe, just so much fun.
It's great. Hey, guys, you can hit us up 404-726-0929. We appreciate you watching us on YouTube and at 92.9 The Game. That's 929 The Game on YouTube and Twitch at twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. Tomorrow we are at State Farm Arena. Hawks have their first game at home against the Knicks. Should be a fun game. Last night the Hawks lost. We'll talk more about this with Jalen Johnson, who's going to join us in about 15 minutes.
One of the guys few guys on the Hawks last night who did his job.
He did. What did DeAndre Hunter do?
Well, he was in mid-season, or shall I say playoff form, Carl. He had 9 points before he fouled out.
Yeah, fouled out. But Jalen Johnson's going to join us. We'll talk to him about where this team is. Trey took ownership last night, said, look, I got to play better. He's not the only one. There were a bunch of guys, including DJ. We'll get into all of that coming up here in less than 15 minutes. Right now, though, let's talk dog.
Dukes and Bell on the sidelines with the dogs.
So Georgia has a 24-game win streak. Chris and I were talking about this the other day, going back to 2021, okay? And they got a quarterback, Mike, that's making his first start in this rivalry. But Carson Beck is from the area. He's been playing well. He returns home. There's nobody that wants to ball out more this week than Carson Beck.
Yeah, and I think that Carson Beck is a dude that I think some folks, you look at, it's almost like you're looking, and maybe I'm guilty of it too when we break down the weekly, matchups, that you're looking for somebody screwed up. Yeah, had one bad pick in the game in Nashville against Vandy. The Auburn, that was his first road game. And Jordan Hare's a hell of a place to have your first road game in the SEC. But I think him and Bobo and the offense, I think they've done great. Now the question, again, the $64,000 question. Kirby doesn't care about 14-point spreads. Just beat Florida, survive and advance these next couple of weeks without Brock Bowers. And how does he now, as we said, is it going to be, Rosemary Jack Saint? I mean, who's going to step up and be the man? And maybe even, Delk is no slouch, Carl. He was a highly recruited guy, as we heard from Rusty Manziel early in the week. No, he's not going to replace the athleticism and the superstar power of Brock, but he can still serve a purpose. He can still get the ball in the tight end's hands.
Yes. And listen, I'm not overly confident when I say I expect the Dogs to not only cover here by 2 touchdowns. Last time Florida won was in an upset in 2020, right? And people are saying, can they do it again? Georgia's won 5 of their last 6 meetings against Florida. I don't think it happens here. This is not that spot. 2020 was weird. We talk about it. For me, it was kind of a glaze, Mike, when I think about what was going on and what was happening. Either way, especially in the world of sports.
COVID protocols, all that nonsense.
All the craziness that was going on. So is there points scored by both teams here? Is Florida going to show us the ability to score points? Is this going to be a higher scoring game than what we expect it to be? That is one of the questions that I'm lingering and thinking about, because over the last 6 years, Mike, this game has averaged about 53 points. Florida going to score more points this weekend?
Yeah, last year FSU and the Gators, that became kind of a dial of score in the second half, and that was in Tallahassee. This year it's in Gainesville. I just think that, they still got studs. They still got athletes. And as we said, Mertz's numbers are respectable. It's kind of, 12 touchdowns, 2 picks. 76% completions. I like Mertz is making terrible mistakes with the football, Carl. It's just, do they have the studs? No, they don't have the depth to go with Georgia. But if you do get some turnovers, that's going to be the key. Any kind of turnovers and then keeps Florida in it. I just don't think they can last more than a half against Georgia. Would I bet it? No, I'm still not going to bet it because it's a rivalry game.
I think the over, if you're going to, is something to look at. Only because, what if I told you these are the 2 worst red zone defenses in the country? What? What if I told you that? Because the numbers bear it out. Guys, whether you want to realize this or not, and Georgia's been winning games and winning fairly easy, but when teams have gotten in the red zone against Florida as well, they've been able to punch it in.
But isn't that crazy? That kind of goes counter, because yesterday we had the stat about their performance in third downs, a third down efficiency. They're stopping teams 77% of the time on third down, but yet getting the red zone, you're telling me they're giving it up.
Correct. Third down at the 48-yard line and getting off the field is different than third down and goal. And so that is something that I'll be watching, and I think points are going to be scored in this game. I do. I think Florida will be able to move the ball. Obviously, the Dogs will be able to move the ball, but I do think the Dogs are better. Meanwhile, Mike, let's talk about the national championship situation, because ESPN compares UGA and FSU as title favorites. Listen, over the next 4 weeks, Georgia plays Florida, right? Mizzou, Ole Miss, Tennessee. All three are ranked right now. Mizzou is 18th. They could be higher by the time Georgia plays them. Ole Miss 21, Tennessee 16. That is going to help Georgia's chances when you talk about strength of schedule. All those teams are ranked, and they're able to run through them and beat them and handle their business in the East. But what about Florida State, Mike, who trailed in the second half of its wins over LSU, Clemson, and Duke, but were able to win those games?
Right. Well, I will say this. If you want to fast forward and say that Florida State might meet up with Georgia in a semifinal or national championship game, Florida State, like most teams, I mean, if you go physical on FSU, they come. Sometimes you can punch FSU in the mouth. I watched UConn. I watched Duke, same colors. I watched Duke from behind their bench on Saturday, and they were physical. I mean, they were really getting after it. They had them down 10 points twice. 17-7. It was 10-0 to start the game. Clemson, you saw the physicality that Clemson brought in the run game against Florida State. So if you can get physical with FSU, you can certainly hang. What happened in the LSU game, and it's funny because Jaden Daniels looks like a different human being from that guy in Orlando. He just got, I got to be honest, happy feet, started making terrible mistakes, bad throws. His receivers didn't help him out. But FSU's got, studs. They got the big-time passing game. Jordan Travis, though, Carl, he will still occasionally do something dumb. He was trying to force it into a really tight window. You've seen Keon Campbell. You've seen what the transfers look like. Got a lot of studs. They got multiple running backs. Benson is a stud. They got younger guys. So, and the defense, it's not necessarily a lights out, but they seem like, kind of like the Falcons. Second half, all of a sudden, verse and everybody starts coming after it. I think with Georgia, Florida State would be a hell of an entertaining game. But Georgia's defense, again, if it was Georgia's defense last year, they would beat Florida State by 2 touchdowns.
Sure. I don't know if that's the case this year. And by the way, I don't know what the rankings are going to look like when the College Football Playoff Committee puts them out. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game, talking Dogs, Florida, and also the landscape here of college football. If Florida State, will they be 4 or will they be higher than 4 when these first rankings come out?
Yeah, that's a great question, because they do have some ranked victories. LSU was 5 when they beat them.
Mike, these are 3 great games. Right. LSU, Clemson, and Duke.
Correct.
Why wouldn't Florida State be ranked 1 or 2? Seriously.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could argue that Ohio State will probably get 1 because they beat 2 top 10 teams, including the top 5. They beat Notre Dame and they beat Penn State. So that's going to, for me, I wonder if that trumps, I don't know. LSU did go on and lose another game. So that's, I don't want to say it devalued it. But look, you know me, I'm going to say Seminoles would be no worse than 3rd. I think they should be 2nd or 3rd. Ohio State would be 1.
I would tell you, I would not be surprised because, again, you can't debate right now beating ranked LSU to start the season, Clemson, who everybody said was supposed to win the ACC again, and then you beat a Duke team that everybody now realizes is really damn good. I don't think you can debate that and say Florida State shouldn't be ranked 1 or 2. Michigan, Mike, here's the other thing. Are they going to get some pushback from the committee who says, this nonsense going on? They're number 4 in the country, even though they're undefeated.
But their schedule is so backloaded. They haven't played anyone. Guys don't want to take shots at Georgia's schedule. Michigan's schedule is a bigger joke than what Georgia was because they had to drop Oklahoma per SEC instructions. But Michigan, until, Carl, they get into Penn State and Ohio State, I mean, there's nothing there on the resume that impresses anybody.
Georgia, by the way, I do not think will be the number 1 team when the College Football Playoff Committee gets together. Not because they're not deserving, but because of the resumes that we're talking about, and they will be slotted, I think, 4th in this first ranking. I just do. And they're going to say Georgia beat Missouri, beat Ole Miss, beat Tennessee, and we'll revisit this in 3 weeks, and you may be number 2 or maybe back to number 1. But that's where I think – and by the way, Dog fans, you're probably going to be upset because you're like, look, we hadn't lost – nobody's beat us in 2 years.
Right.
Why would you do that? Because I think the committee, Mike, is going to look at Ohio State and Florida State higher right now than they do Georgia. And I think Michigan is probably going to be number 3 instead of number 2.
I think Michigan could be number 4 for the reasons you're talking about with all this cloud. Look, the NCAA guys, if you're looking, you think the NCAA knows how to expedite anything? It took them 5 more weeks to get the Carolina receiver out there. So let's be real here. I mean, this is not going anywhere. Anything's going to happen down the road. I think if you are a college football fan, you root for Ohio State to beat Michigan, get them out of the mix. Again, this year, guys, I just feel that Ryan Day can't lose 3 years in a row to the Maize and Blue, because then the John Cooper comparisons begin, and here you go. Now, granted, he had given Georgia everything they could handle for 3.5 quarters at Mercedes-Benz last year, but that game against Ohio State, I think Michigan beating Penn State. Again, nobody believes in Penn State, Carl, to beat those ranked opponents in the Big Ten.
Not now.
So that's a Pyrrhic victory. You got to take out the Buckeyes. And, I just feel the strength of schedule is bupkis for those guys. And I know when we get in the college football playoff committee, we don't know what goes on behind those closed doors. Game control, strength of schedule. Those have been things they've been preaching.
I got to tell you guys this. You don't want to hear it. Alabama still has a shot at this.
Of course they do.
Alabama's sitting at 9. Okay, coaches poll 8. Oregon is going to play probably in the Pac-12 championship. Mm-hmm. If it's Washington, somebody gets canceled out there.
Right.
Texas and Oklahoma are in front of Alabama right now, and we know they more likely will play for the Big 12 championship.
By the way, maybe Oklahoma. Right now, guys, Oklahoma is 6 in the AP and the coaches. The playoff committee always throws one curveball in that first ranking to get people talking. Maybe Oklahoma is number 4.
It could be.
And Michigan's not there yet because they haven't played anybody.
My point about Alabama is they still got a shot. And if they go to the SEC championship game and win the West again, guys, this could get really interesting, because then we're really going to be debating who the best one-loss team is.
Right.
And by the way, and if Texas wins, that helps Alabama, because then they say, wait a minute, we lost to the Big 12 champion.
Right.
And we beat everybody else on our schedule. I'm just telling you, things are about to get really interesting.
But remember, guys, as crazy as it may be when these things drop, it's Halloween, right? Tuesday night. It always works itself out, generally. Somebody's feelings are always hurt. You got 2 losses, you got no shot.
Hey, guys, this hour of Dukes and Bell brought to you by Mark Spain Real Estate. Coming up, Jalen Johnson from our Atlanta Hawks. Next.
presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
All right, change of plans. We're pushing back Jalen Johnson. He will join us sometime in the 5 o'clock hour, all right? So make sure that you stay tuned for that. Mike, as we talk about the Hawks who lost last night, and it was kind of ugly from the standpoint, like, we just didn't shoot the ball well. And, you know, the first game of the season, you start wondering, okay, what this team's going to look like, what's going to be different with this team. Friday is the home opener against the Knicks, by the way, and we'll be down in State Farm. But 116-110. Jalen Johnson, who will join us later, as we said in the show, 21 points, 7 rebounds.
Nice night. Matter of fact, I could have probably used him on the floor a little bit more.
I agree. And by the way, that's all about the flow of the game. And Coach Quinn Snyder, you know, he'll figure out what he wants to do there with rotations and all of that. But Trey said that, you know, the offense wasn't working, and he felt like it hasn't been working. They've not quite found their groove leading into the first game of the season. I want you to hear Trey talk about playing better.
It's tough. You don't want to start your season out like this. Obviously, it's the first game. But for me, I'm not worried. We'll play better. I'm not worried. And it's one game.
Yeah, 14 of 15 from the free throw line, Mike, but
Yes.
he didn't shoot the ball.
He got to the stripe late. As I said, Trey looked like when he hit that three, because couldn't hit anything. He was 1 of 9, and the 1 3-pointer, I want to say, came like in the 46th minute of the game. So it's like when he did hit it, it's a big momentum shift as those off and on. He said, okay, we still got a shot. Unfortunately, on the other side, it was like the Hornets would just get right to the basket. Sometimes it was the defensive mismatches, you know, against I don't want to call Trey out specifically, but, you know, Rozier could get to the basket, Carl, and get what he wants.
He loves playing us.
Right.
He just, every time, go look at his numbers against the Hawks.
Well, they'd
puts them up.
They'd miss on the switch, or somehow Trey would wind up against him, and that's just not going to work. But anyway, if you watch the game, the flow of it was the younger guys did a really nice job. We talked about, again, a great job by Jalen Johnson. Capella is still missing some of those bunnies close to the basket. You're like, they're going bananas. And Sadiq Bey, I want to mention Sadiq Bey. 5 steals. A couple of boards as well. He played some great defense and went for 15. So I thought Sadiq, and that's another guy. If he plays up to his full potential, but then DeAndre Hunter.
How are you going to have all offseason and foul out of the first game? How do you have all offseason and you shoot the ball and you only go 1 for 4 from the 3-point line, 9 points? I mean, Mike, here's the thing. This is my thing with D, okay? I've been saying this for 2 years. Impact the game.
Right.
This is supposed to be one of our better defensive players, and yet he's fouling out in the first game of the season?
I didn't work on anything.
Well, we know. I mean, so how is he impacting the game? And again, I don't want to pile on. We got 81 more of these. I don't know what the season's going to hold, but you guys know where I'm at with DeAndre Hunter, and I've demanded more. I want more. I thought he should be better. And, Mike, I can't go back and say, well, the playoffs and all that. That's water under the bridge. What are you going to do now, DeAndre Hunter, this season where we're counting on you more because there is no John Collins? Right. We need your scoring more, okay? We're developing A.J. Griffin and Jalen Johnson and all these other young guys. I need you to act like a veteran and play like one. And, Mike, so for me last night, that was the most disappointing thing. Yeah, we lost, and Trey and DJ didn't necessarily play well. But come on, D. Hunter.
Yeah, and I said this earlier in the show. I mean, look, I'm probably, as much as I bang on DeAndre Hunter, and I think deservedly so, I want to see A.J. Griffin get more minutes. And early in the season is a perfect time. A.J. Griffin was on the floor for 10 minutes last night. I know technically he's smaller a little bit than DeAndre Hunter, by like an inch and a half. Get him out there. Because I know he can play defense, right? I mean, DeAndre's calling card is supposed to be defense. I'd love to see A.J. Griffin bite into some of those DeAndre minutes until DeAndre shows you can give some consistency.
31 minutes last night?
I know it's one game, and before you guys get on us, because I know how soft some of you guys can be, DeAndre Hunter is the 4th player taken in that draft. Time to step up. And, I mean, all the excuses they get, year 4, year 5, year 6, that's the year. Come on. Let's go. It's go time. And you're looking like a buster of a pick.
Let me hear Trae Young talk about the loss overall, please.
I think we played good in Spurs. We had good moments. Our offense hasn't really clicked the way we wanted to. Even in preseason, it hasn't really clicked the way we wanted to. But I got to play a lot better. I mean, I don't want to put anything on my teammates tonight. I'm not going to shoot like that. I mean, it's tough. Yeah, I didn't want to play like that. I'm not going to play like that. So, it was a tough one tonight for sure.
4 of 19, that's what Trey's talking about. He's right. We know that. He's not going to play like
yeah.
that. Here's the thing, though, guys. This is the point that I'm trying to make with DeAndre Hunter. Like, you go into the offseason, I'm sure he's had numerous meetings, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I know he's had numerous meetings with Quinn Snyder. And then you come out and you lay an egg. And it's like you had all offseason this build-up to, hey, man, I am going to be so much better this season. And it just gives me no confidence, Mike. Maybe he plays better. Maybe he doesn't. But it gives me no confidence moving forward when we've been grinding and saying, D. Hunter, we need you. And then, and again, I'm not blaming the loss solely on him, but I'm just saying, dude, we got to be better. And I am tired of talking about what he's not doing and everybody saying, Dukes, be patient with this. How many years did you say he's in the league now?
This is year 5.
If this was Desmond Ridder, what would you be saying?
Well,
seriously.
I mean, I think you know what I'd be saying.
I'm being real. 6 years? Come on, man.
No, I mean, DeAndre Hunter, there's just sometimes, and I know we took it back to it, and we got to go back to 2 postseasons ago. The 31-point game before he fouled out. Now, granted, it was a ticky-tack foul and the rest were clowns. And who was it last night? Who was the ref last night? The Irish guy with the slick back there. He's terrible. But anyway, I digress. But going back to his 31-point game, you and I said, there you go. That's the DeAndre Hunter that we've been looking for. And this guy, he's going to build off this. And then last year, it's just much of the same. Yeah, this is year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For his career, he averages 13.9. Best season last year, 15.4 per game.
And we paid him, too, by the way.
He got a contract extension.
Yes, he did. So, again, we can talk about, I think it was $90 million or whatever it was.
Right.
And I don't even care about that. The league, if you get paid, that's fine. But there is a responsibility that comes with that. There is an expectation that comes with that. So, when Trey steps up last night at the end of this game and says what you just heard, where he says, I'm not putting this on my teammates, that's leadership. That's growth. That's maturity. That's the trade that we wanted to hear last year when they were going through all the stuff that this team was going through, and we didn't get it. Fine. He's growing, and I'm fine with that. And I said this earlier for those of you guys who missed it. Trey's dad never had an issue with this show. If you think he did, you're not in the know. Trey doesn't have an issue. The deal is he understands what comes with $200 million contracts. Okay? So he's at this point now where he's growing as a player, Mike. He's stepping up. He's saying the things he needs to say. And the thing that I loved last night was, look, I didn't play well, and I'm not putting this on my teammates. Cool. Let's see what happens Friday.
Right. I remember being at State Farm for the 2019 draft and thinking, wow, because remember we had they had the pick from the Mavs from the previous trade, and we wound up with 2 top 10 picks. Cam Reddish.
Yep.
Now, some of that was beyond the control of the organization because Reddish didn't want to be here, and they sent him to, Thibodeau. Then he wanted to be a Nick either. He's out in Portland, right now?
He is in Portland.
I got to be honest, looking back at that draft, the only thing that was solid gold was John Morant. And, of course, obviously, he's going to miss some time now. But
oh, that's right. He's with the Lakers. Thank you. Yes, he is.
Zion, John Morant, R.J. Barrett, who's just basically scratching the surface with the Knicks. DeAndre Hunter. Who should we have taken in hindsight? I don't know. Hachimura went to the Wiz. We took Reddish, P.J. Washington, Tyler Hero. Not a great draft. So, I mean, I guess the point was when the wheel came around and we had 2 top 10 picks, Murphy's Law, wasn't a great draft. Unless something can be done, it starts with him to say, yes, I was worth being taken 4th overall in the NBA draft.
Reddish, by the way, if you're curious, because a lot of people say, we should have never gave up on him. He wanted to go, first of all. 18 points in the Lakers' debut, 7 points, 18 minutes, should I say. 2 for 4 from the field. So he only took 4 shots, Mike.
By the way, Jordan Poole went 28. Don't the Wizards, the Warriors have a knack for late? With 28 to the Warriors, they always get guys who are in the second round. Like obviously, Draymond is the poster boy for that. But yeah, it's a lot of meh and a lot of up and down from that draft. And again, that's 5 years ago now. 4 years ago, year 5.
It seems like just yesterday.
Right.
Hey, we got plenty more to get to. Jalen Johnson is going to join us coming up in the 5 o'clock hour, so stay tuned. We'll get a chance to ask him about all these things as the Hawks get ready for their home opener against the Knicks. And Jalen played really well last night, man. We hope he continues to grow. Mike Bell, man, we got to get to some guy talk. What do we got coming up, bro?
Hey, man, the prestigious Michelin stars were awarded to Atlanta restaurants last night. And I got to be honest, they went to some really pretentious places that probably 99% of our audience will never go to. But we'll talk about it because there are some places I think we're deserving. They got some honorable mentions. Some guys got screwed. We'll talk about the foodies, the elitists of Michelin. Oh, Frenchie. Oh, Lieutenant Steve. Coming up next.
This hour on 92.9 The Game is brought to you by the Georgia Hemp Company, home of Georgia's finest CBD. For Metro Atlanta locations and online at thegeorgiahempcompany.com.
Back to more Dukes and Bell, presented by Finley Roofing.
How's everybody feeling?
On Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. It's time for fun. It's time for guy talk. Never mind. It's time for shenanigans. Brought to you by Hooters. If the game is on, it's on at Hooters. Any conference all season long.
Yeah, buddy. Don't forget, guys, if you are road tripping down to Georgia, Florida, or you got to get on it now. If you're heading down to Georgia Southern, if you're making a Statesboro Blues trip today, grab some Heyman Ale. And if you are going to be tailgating at Georgia, Florida, make sure you take some photos with the Heyman Ale because that'll get you some instant love on the social media.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
We'll repost that all over the place. We're going to bring some up to Nashville. By the way, there's going to be a Falcons party at, I want to say, I had it written down. Why I write things down, because I forget as I get to be 55, Carl, I need to take more ginkgo biloba. Whiskey River on Broadway in Nashville is going to be from 6 to 9 for Falcon fans that are heading up there, by the way, on Saturday night. Before we head on over to Nissan Stadium, you're going to basically don't have to, guys are asking me, you have to realize you're going to tailgate. You can leave your car at the hotel and just walk on over the bridge.
You can. Everything is walkable there for the most part. So depending on where you're at, unless you're up by Vandy, then you're going to probably have to take an Uber down there.
That's no lie. All right, man. I was in the car today. I was going to, got the honeydew list. Got to go down to a Home Depot and all that. I got Ike in the car. Go stop by the car wash. And just I'm pulling in the car wash, I get the last 2 minutes of Steak and Sandra talking about the presentation of the Michelin stars. And for those who don't know, Michelin has had this guy that goes all the way back to the early 1900s because, the tire company, for people who are in road tripping, they would give you recommendations for great restaurants, hotels for France, and then later on expanded to Europe and then to America. So basically, it's very prestigious. I mean, a Michelin star is like, boom. And the bang you get from that, as far as when tourists are in town, they will go they will make that pilgrimage to go to your place. It's that kind of juice. So it's big. So I heard Steak literally mention who did get the juice, but who didn't get the Michelin star. Only one star was awarded. It's prestigious. It's snooty as hell. And apparently, I guess, Carl, whoever was tasting the food around here just loves Asian fusion or Asian food because the Asian, and we got some of the best Asian in the country, but there's all mostly Asian joints. Atlas, by the way, in the St. Regis, fantastic. That's amazing.
It's high end.
That's fantastic. Bacchanalia. If you've never been over in Howell Mill, you ever been to Bacchanalia, Oren? I've lived here 25 years. I've been there twice. Now it's those small tastings. It's, obviously it's a gazillion course meal. It's amazing. It's really fantastic. So I understand why Bacchanalia is there. Not for everybody. Hayakawa, considered one of the best in the world. Hayakawa, again, that's sort of like the tasting menu with the sushi over at Howell Mill. So again, these aren't cheap, guys. So that's why.
No.
Then you get to Lazy Betty, Asian fusion. Mujo? Is it Muho? Muho. So all these, for the most part, is a real Asian bent. So that's cool. But anybody who's lived in Atlanta as long as you and I have know, we got some amazing Italian, amazing steakhouses, amazing, call it American fare. I mean, soul food. We got some of the best. There's a million things you could do. So I'm not saying that, obviously, these guys, their palate was leaning a bit towards the east with all these Asian places. But I was like, where's Lila? Which is one of our favorite restaurants right down the street. Chris, have you been there yet? You live right, literally across the street from it.
It is delicious.
Yeah, man. And as for that, the 13-layer duck lasagna, it's unbelievable. Craig's a good friend of ours. He's a great guy. Used to be at Echo. Anyway, they got they had different categories. They were recommended.
Oh, they got to be more than recommended.
They were recommended. There was other places that got the good recommendations. We already talked about Miller Union. Matter of fact, our buddy Neil got an award for the front of the house team. Neil used to be at Soto. You and I, first time I took you to Soto, Neil was there.
Great spot.
So we got some good friends that got it. Bib Gourmand, which is a step below the star. I know this is as pretentious as it gets. And according to a couple of my friends, and I heard Steak and Sandra talk about this, I got 3 buddies who were in the restaurant business who were at this. They said the presentation of these awards last night was literally like something you'd see from the people who did Best in Show and A Mighty Wind, like the Christopher Guest. It would have been like a pantomime of pretentiousness.
I believe it, Mike, because, again, we're talking about some of these high-end restaurants, which, again, they're great. If you've never been, maybe that's not your style, because there are people look, I'm a country boy. I want to go eat. and I don't need this small serving of food. Where a lot of these high-end places, that's what you're going to get when you go.
Right.
Well, like even Beeb Gourmand, like the actual meaning of that, like, hey, if you can't afford the really, really pricey places,
This is for you.
This is for you right here. We have some affordable places that are good, but they're affordable.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Bacchanalia is an experience, but, that's one for some guys, you're saving up like a couple of weeks' pay for that one. I went to Lazy Betty. Fantastic decor. I mean, amazing spot, by the way. It's over by Candler Park. If I'm honest, I had a burger at the Vortex later that night.
Yeah, because you're still hungry.
Because I was hungry.
Yeah, you're still hungry.
I'm sorry if I sound like a redneck, but that's the truth. Hayakawa is amazing over in Howell Mill. Again, there's so many great. Again, we live in a great food town. Real quick, Bib Gourmand. Busy Bee got one.
Oh, that's good. Busy Bee's good.
So that's for guys who know what Busy Bee. It's fantastic. Antico Pizza Napoletana. Bomb Biscuit got it. Fishmonger. Fred's Meat and Bread. Heirloom Market, Little Bear, all places I think, some of us have been to, which are great spots. So that's good to see those guys get the juice. But I was just a little offended that Kevin Rathman's steak didn't get the. Again, I know this is like for guys who, I don't want to sound like a food snob. I like what I like. I got 5 or 6 restaurants I go to, and that's pretty much my rotation until I get some, like you give me a glowing recommendation about a place. And
For sure. Yeah, man, listen, I think, and by the way, congratulations, first of all, to all the restaurants that were recognized. I'm with you, though, on this. And I think sometimes you get recognized, Mike, because of the politics involved.
Correct.
Right? This isn't necessarily you just going and saying, look at this experience and the food and the presentation and the chef, which is what it should be about.
Right.
There's a little bit of politicking going on here. So the bottom line, though, this is good for our city, right? This is going to be good for our city.
Yeah, and I think the Chamber of Commerce or somebody pays for it because you pay for Michelin to come in and do all this because obviously, as we said, it just brings a lot of folks into the city to check it out. Lila got it right as one of the best restaurants in the country from the New York Times.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, and these guys, if you know how hard the restaurant business has been, especially since COVID, and how many businesses go belly up. That's why if I sound like this is personal and this is business, it is personal because we got a lot of good friends in the restaurant business who could use the pub.
The pub. Could use the pub,
Right.
man.
But hey, that's okay. And now, Carl, we give you a postage-sized piece of poached dove's egg.
Yeah,
With a remoulade
I'm
and caviar.
all about the experience, but I got to be honest. Like, if you've been to some of these places here in Atlanta, and I've been to some of these places in other cities because they also have stars and have been awarded, and so you want to go try some of these places, Mike. And the part about it for me is you go, and then when you realize, like, it was okay, but I want to leave and go, that was amazing.
Right, and that's just it. Now, some of these, again, Bacchanalia might be that experience, the ones we mentioned. But real quick, General Muir got in, Gun Show, which you and I have both been to,
Gun
the
Show's cool.
Chastain, the Alden Boca Lupo. So some good spots, but those are recommended.
Okay, all good.
Which is almost like the French going, nice for you. But they said basically, they said the woman that was doing this was like, and now for the one star, une étoile. They said it was just so over the top. But anyway, so if you got the time and you want to really impress somebody, remember we gave you that list of restaurants that some women put on, like, was it TikTok? If a guy takes me there.
Don't take me on the first date.
Those women wouldn't even know what to order at those places that won the 1 star, if we're honest. Unbelievable. All right, a couple of things. There's a bunch of bits about Michigan football. This one I retweeted. I got a kick out of this.
Wait. Can I ask you something?
Sure.
None of Kevin's spots got anything?
Nothing.
None of them?
None. How about Buckhead Life, who basically invented fine dining in Atlanta?
Wow.
So again, and I
didn't realize. I mean, when you said that, I was like, okay, none of his places.
Kevin Rathman's is one of the greatest steakhouses on the planet. Yeah. Okay, bar none from start to finish.
Sorry, Kev.
From Irvin the bar and a cocktail to the whole process, the desserts. I mean, it's fantastic. And Kevin's on premise.
And he's a super dude. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
Anyway, here's a Michigan bit. Yeah, for those who have not been following about this idiot Stallions, who was basically dumb enough to have everything out there where people could apparently track it and find out what he was doing. Here's a bit. It was Ronnie Nabalzi, who you hear on with Andy Randy, first tweeted it. Check it and listen.
Go ahead and book it with this Michigan-branded Amex card with my legal birth name on it. Don't forget to go through the team's official ticketing website and make sure that receipt goes to Video Espionage Department at umich.edu. In case we get off.
And you still want those tickets to be in full view of the stadium surveillance cameras, right?
Of course. You guys get your cameras, right?
I thought we could try this. A 4K pinhole camera burrowed into the Ohio State logo on this hat.
I can already tell there's not a servo zoom lens on that thing, so let's just keep using the regular camera we always use. Let's not reinvent the wheel here, people.
It's like an over-the-shoulder camera, like a news crew would use.
That's funny. That is
so
funny.
If you hadn't seen that. Hey, real quick, I got time for more audio. 5 o'clock Falcon Report coming up. What they're saying about the Falcons up in Nashville. Tyreek Hill A lot of folks freaked out because obviously he's one of the biggest fantasy points earner week by week. Some soft tissue with his hip. He was surrounded by media at the locker room today asking, what's wrong with your hip, man? Take a listen.
For a while, is there much pain? Do you have an injury, or are you fine for Sunday?
Nah, I just wanted some attention, man, because my mom wouldn't talk to me yesterday, so I needed some attention from somebody. Nah, I'm good, though.
You plan on playing on Sunday?
Yeah, baby, I'm good, baby.
I'm good. Now, if you couldn't hear in the audio, his mom wasn't talking to him. He needed some attention. So he's making light of this injury, which is freaking out everybody who follows the Dolphins and Tyreek Hill.
Listen, I hope he's all right. The Dolphins certainly do. We need the stars in the NFL, man. That's the thing. Like, when you start getting to this point in the season, Mike, guys are banged up, and you got quarterbacks missing time or whatnot. It's going to be interesting to see what the Dolphins do this weekend after that loss last weekend.
Hey, man, Street and Smith reported that when you see the Knicks tomorrow night at State Farm, you'll see, we got logos, everyone's got their
on their
branded
uniforms.
They have the MSG Sphere in Las Vegas. The Sphere, obviously, which just hosted U2, and everyone's been blown away by this amazing digital production. But why is it the Sphere? It's owned by MSG because Dolan, the rich twit who owns the Knicks, was trying to get $30 million a year for the patch on the Knicks jersey.
Wow.
And they couldn't get any takers. So he's basically spending his own money on the patch. That's his own, because they're part owner of the Sphere.
Sure. Makes sense, man. Great stuff. Hopefully we can beat the Knicks and get in the win column. Hey, coming up, you're going to hear from Dwayne Ledford. Who is he? He's the offensive line coach. He's got answers to some of the questions we've been talking about all week. He was on the morning shift this morning. You'll hear what he had to say as we'll talk about the Falcons-Titans coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
5 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock on the most listened to sports talk show for your ride home.
What?
It is time for the Falcons Report.
Guns it. Caught. Touchdown Atlanta in the end zone. Caught. Touchdown. You shall not pass.
The 5 o'clock Falcons Report.
Oh, my heavens.
On Dukes and Bell.
We are Dukes and Bell. We start off every day and every hour by saying, hey, man. Go get some Hey Man L, the original 5% alcohol blonde OG, or the watermelon lime. Guys, if you've not tried it, and even if you have, it's time to get some more. And post it. We'll repost that on our Insta and also across all social media platforms. Hey, we're going to get into the Falcons. We're going to hear from offensive line coach Dwayne Ledford. The reason, Mike, is because we're curious about some of the things that have happened these last few weeks. And he happened to go on the morning shift, Coach Dwayne Ledford, and talk about his relationship with Arthur Smith, but also what about these botched snaps that has been happening that, you know, we're putting ourselves in trouble. And, Mike, we take it for granted, but you got to – that's stuff you have to work on. You've got to go and work on those snaps.
And that's why whenever the center gets knocked out of a game, you see whoever the quarterback is on the sideline, and they're literally practicing the snap. It sounds like rudimentary, but there is, call it an art form to it. Dahlman's snaps were a bit thin for us. You're not getting the ball. It's not supposed to hit him in the nuts. It's supposed to be just north of the other part. It's got to get to the quarterback. And that was the one thing when we looked at it like 15 times, I would say that, yeah, Desmond's got to secure the rock, but the snap was not good. That's basic stuff.
So we're going to get into that. Before we do, I want to remind you guys that you can join us on the golf course and play with your favorite 92.9 The Game personalities as we host the first annual Brown Glass Charity Golf Classic. It's presented by the Georgia Hemp Company. It's going to be Monday, November 20th, guys. So if you mark it down on your calendars at Eagle Watch Golf Club in Woodstock, it's a chance for you to kick off the Thanksgiving holiday week with a day of golf benefiting a great cause, Pets for Vets. And there are still playing spots available. So go to 929thegame.com, hit the events page to sign up. Now, I will tell you, I don't know how much longer that's going to be as far as spots available, but there are now. And we want to see you guys out there. So November 20th, it's a Monday. And just reminding you, we'll be talking more and more about this as Mike and I will be out there. All your favorite shows and personalities will be out there as well. And we're going to have a great time. Mike, we'll talk more about Trey Young. I had a guy hit me up, says that I shouldn't be complimenting Trey on the way he handled the loss last night because he wanted to see Trey play better. We'll get into that. And Jalen Johnson is going to join us, guys. So stay tuned. We had to push him back a little bit, but Jalen had a really good game last night.
Trey, we talked about leadership and, saying the right things and, again, put it into motion. It was just such an off night. I mean, both he and DeJounte couldn't hit anything. And then by the time Trey did hit the three, unfortunately, they had blown an 11-point lead to a Charlotte team. Let's be honest. They should be looking up at us by about 7 or 8 wins this year.
I agree. For some reason, they have our number, and I don't know why they play so well against us. All right, let's talk about the Falcons. First and foremost, this is what you need to know. Their head coach, Mike Vrabel, and I'm going to let you hear this, okay, coming up, talks about Malik Willis and Will Levis both playing. We told you guys yesterday on the show, late in the show, that Will Levis is probably going to get a majority of the snaps. How many? I don't know. I don't know how they're going to divvy this up. But, Mike, what we're telling you is either way, we're facing a guy that hadn't played a lot in Willis and a guy that hadn't played at all in Will Levis. So the advantage there, you've got to feel good about it. But I'm not going to jump the gun here and say, well, we're going to go up there and win by 20 because we can't get out of our own way sometimes. But I do feel good about the fact that the way our defense is playing and knowing that they had to make a decision because Ryan Tannehill's not available, it's got to give us a little bit of a bump. It's got to give us a little bit of an edge.
Right. Now, I know that, when you feel that a young quarterback in the Tennessee in the article from the Nashville paper saying, look, this dude had 23 interceptions his 2 years in Kentucky as a starter.
Levis.
Yeah, and Malik is a guy, look, as we said, he can throw it 75 yards, 80 yards in the air, but they have no idea where it's going. So, I mean, if you could get some heat on these guys, you're going to see some mistakes. Now, the question, they flipped the script and said, well, same thing goes for Ritter. Can Ritter have a clean game against the Titans? One other thing, and you and I were talking about this off the air, I mean, we know it's going to be physical. We talked with Arthur Smith how physical this is going to be. But they are not that good, at least the last 2 games. They got a big trend, Carl, of giving up a ton of rushing yards to the Titans. Matter of fact, the numbers are kind of eye-popping. Titans' run defense gave up 332 rushing yards in their past 2 games. And they were averaging about 55 to 60 yards per game before that, the first 4 games. So all of a sudden now they're giving up big gash and runs and everything else. So if we can get Algier and then Bijan doing his thing and CP, man, that'll take a lot of pressure off of Ritter.
They're not playing well, Mike. They have quarterback issues. their wide receiving core. Yeah, they signed DeAndre Hopkins, but he's done nothing since getting there, okay? Derrick Henry has a lot of tread on those tires. The offensive line is not as good as it once was. I'm just telling you guys.
Right. You just lost your best safety, which sometimes demoralizes teams because now people are saying, well, who's next? Is it Derrick Henry?
I think this sets up perfectly for you to go up there and do what you want to do as far as running the football, and more importantly, setting up, which we've talked about this all season, the play action. Because if you are able to run the football as other teams have been, and these other teams I don't think they're as dynamic as us running the football these last 2 weeks against the Titans. So I feel really good right now. And, Mike, you said this. You know, Vegas saw what they were doing with the quarterback situation. This was a 1-point game. This is basically a pick 'em 3 days ago. Now, all of a sudden, we're a 3-point favorite.
Right. Over-under still at 38, so they're expecting a lot of defensive stops. It's a low-scoring game. And you and I were just talking about this off there with Levis. I mean, you know, yes, the old Falcons defense we'd see bum quarterbacks and rookies have big games. And, you know, Taysom Hill would sweep us over a course of a season. That was the end of the Dan Quinn era. I got to tell you guys, when you spend, you know, over $100-some-odd million on your defense, it shows. We went from one of the worst defenses to top 5, top 10. Jesse Bates may have 2 picks in this game on Sunday. Right?
Definitely. Let's hear from our offensive line coach, Dwayne Ledford. He joined the morning shift, guys. You can hear the full interview. A couple of things. One, Mike, our head coach is a former offensive lineman. What's his relationship with Arthur Smith? Here's what he said.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. When I was kind of finishing up my playing days, like I was always kind of bouncing around. I was in between teams, New Orleans and Cleveland. I knew I wanted to kind of get into coaching. And my strength coach, Jeff Connors, had a profound impact on me as a human. The way he pushed me but that's a complete other story. But I knew I wanted to get into coaching, so I was like, "Hey, Coach Connors, man, I still need to work out. Can I come?" And Coach Connors like, "Yeah, come up." He was at Chapel Hill at the time, and he's like, "Yeah, come up here to UNC, and you know, I'll have you help out. You can be one of my assistants, and you know, you just be around." So I did that, and so obviously I gravitated towards the offensive line and would always hang out with those guys, be over there with them at practice, in the weight room. But that's when I first ran into Coach Smith. Was during my time there.
Talking about Arthur Smith and how they met, and then obviously, you know, their paths cross again.
Right.
Dwayne Ledford is the guy that's in charge of making sure that this offensive line is cohesive, guys, making sure they're making their blocks and making sure everybody's on the same page. What about these botched snaps that we've seen? What's going on there, Coach Ledford?
It's kind of the same thing, and you'll hear Coach talk about it a lot. It's the attention to details, because in those pressure moments, that's when, you know, just the slightest little, like where you just kind of flinch just a little bit and not as focused as you should be. You know, hey, I'm worried about this nose that's right here in my eye. I feel him breathing on me, you know, and so you might be just a tad bit short, or you might get that grip on that ball could feel a little bit different. I remember a couple of games as a player, I would go and grab a hold of the ball because I knew what play was coming up. I was like, man, this ball feels like it's 2 times bigger than what it normally is.
That is Coach Dwayne Ledford, the offensive line coach. Now, if you listened yesterday to us, we had on Chris Lindstrom on the show, and he was great. And Chris was talking, we were asking about the holding calls and you know, him getting called early in the season with some of this stuff. And he was talking about a similar thing that Coach Ledford was talking about, Mike, being a tick off. If you're just a step off, a half a step, you get caught. And these guys are too big and too strong, Mike, for you to just be leveraging your way and pulling them, you know, and grabbing them and doing what you want to do. So that is part of this whole botch snap. I'm thinking ahead. I got to get the snap to the quarterback. Oh, and I got to get out of here and block this guy.
Because Vita Vea is right in front of you, and he was Vita Vea. Again, usually right over the center or just on the angle.
I think, listen, they'll get that cleaned up. 2 things. Ritter, all week long, Mike talked about it earlier, ball security at practice today. They started practice this way yesterday. And actually, I think, guys, they do this every day, but there's been more of an emphasis. Right. You see guys running through the dummies and guys punching at the ball, Mike, because they want to make sure that, hey, we got to hold on to the rock.
Maybe they've got to try that patented Jameis Winston backyard in Tampa drill.
You remember that?
Where Jameis is doing the happy feet. He's literally going forwards and backwards, and guys are swinging at him, and they're hitting him with, like, gym pads and boxing gloves. They had boxing gloves, like, on broomsticks. They were whacking guys today at Falcons practice.
Oh, so funny.
Hopefully we'll have ball discipline.
With that said, though, this is that they can clean that up. Ritter will make that. He won't make that mistake again with the ball and being in the wrong hand and all that stuff. I just think that's instinctual. It'll happen. This botch snap where we're in the red zone, they can clean that up. That's just, again, working together and making sure they're on the same page. So those are 2 turnovers. The third one was, and this is going, we're trying to fast forward to see, hey, what is this Titan defense going to try to do against us? The third one was the strip sack right before the half, right? Well, that's just the awareness and blocking. And I said this. I would have wished Coach would have kicked a field goal right there and just taken the points. But that's neither here nor there now. So those are the 3 things that if you look at this last week and you say going into this Titans game, if we don't do those things, Mike, we can put up 28 points on this team.
Seriously. I mean, look, you could argue that the way the season has gone, yeah, we're all upset about the Commanders. That felt like a game we should have won. Well, you could argue that the Bucs probably should have beat us with 3 turnovers right inside the 10-yard line.
Correct.
And to your point, so now how do you get things going? And now do we get off the roller coaster, and then now we're rolling? Because, look, the Vikings is going to be a tough game. I don't care what anybody says. That is a tough game. And regardless of Jefferson being out, those guys, you saw what they did to the 49ers. They can do the same to us. But this is one you got to win. I thought when we all looked at the schedule when it came out back in May, right? This is one we had to win. We screwed up against the Commanders. Let's get more confidence from Ritter. By the way, Ritter, you go no fumbles, no picks. I'm dropping the dime, Carl. I'm getting the 9.
Oh
yeah,
come on!
It's on Twitter. Yes, I want you know what you do. You stirred it up. You stoked up the natives. They were restless, coming after me with pitchforks and torches like Frankenstein.
All I did
you're
was,
like, you don't want him to succeed. I'm like, yes, I do.
All I did was tell the truth. That's it. That's all I did.
Bunch of bull. So anyway, I want this guy to win. I don't like if you go to Heineke. My only point about him was if you're like the London game. All right, look, Desmond, this ain't your day. Let's let Heineke try to make this thing respectable. Maybe you can pick some things up on the sideline. That doesn't mean that's the cure. That's the fix. I'm just saying, when you look as bad as he did in the London game, let's call it quits and get the backup in there. But that's not the long term, because once you go to Heineken, you know your season's pretty much kaput if he can't do the job. Ritter, you're going to ride and die with him, and if he works, then you're set, and we roll into next year, maybe with some playoff experience, and we're rolling.
Yeah, yesterday when Coach was on with us, the full interview's online at Odyssey.com. When we asked him about that, the whole maybe making the change thing, and he's just, I think he's, and I don't want to say hell-bent, Mike, I think he's just convinced this is how they have to do it.
Right.
If he's going to get better.
And as we said, you can't cry. I mean, I can cry over spilt milk. You shouldn't. But, I mean, yes, he should have had about 8 or 9 games under his belt last year to get some of these things he's learned experiences through his system. We're living with it now. The good news now is we got a great team. We got a good defense.
Strong arm story of the day is on the way, guys. Also, we're going to talk Florida and Georgia. David Waters, he's going to help us break down the game. He does a great Florida podcast. We'll learn more about the Gators if you already don't know. That's on the way in about 25 minutes. Strong arm story of the day is next.
The Strong Arm Story of the Day is brought to you by John Foy & Associates Personal Injury Law.
All right. There's a couple of things going on, and we know the trade deadline is next Tuesday. Happy Halloween. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. We're talking about the NFL and the trade deadline. So, Mike, if you are one of the teams, okay, and we're going to include our Falcons with this, okay, because Mike and I were just talking, and tell our audience what you just told me about what's going on up in Nashville.
Yeah, there's a story out of some website that follows the Titans that says that apparently DeAndre Hopkins canceled a autograph signing thing that he was going to be doing, and some folks are feeling that he could be out the door in almost like next 36 hours. DeAndre Hopkins obviously is getting up there, but he could be a huge weapon for a team like the Ravens or the Chiefs or, take your pick. They've already made a deal with the Eagles, sending their best safety, so why wouldn't they send a guy like D-Hop if somebody's be willing to take on that contract?
This sets up perfectly, guys.
I'm
just telling you right now.
I said to you at the top of the hour in the Falcon Report. I mean, look, we've all heard from guys, and guys all try to put on a brave face. But when people start to fire sale, it is a bit demoralizing. Now, younger guys are going to play their butt off because they're trying to earn a spot. But for some of the dudes, it's like, well,
D-Hop went there. Out. Yeah, with the intention that, hey, I'm playing with D. Henry. Defense is going to be good. Either way, that's interesting. So, Mike, some of the teams that may be on the fringe, okay, which I think a lot of people look at us and they go, well, what are the Falcons going to do? We're not talking about Philly, okay, or Detroit or Dallas, teams that you feel like are really good right now and probably are playoff teams. But I think for us, when we look at the trade deadline, The Athletic listed a couple of players as the Falcons' dream target.
Right.
And the one guy is the guy you've been talking about for at least 2.5, 3 weeks now.
Yeah, that's Danielle Hunter. Again, leading the NFL in sacks. Was it 9 right now, Chris, for the Vikings? This dude would give us, I mean, you want to get in there? We're doing everything right now, but getting there consistently. Danielle Hunter would be great. Now, you'd have to give up a lot to get him. I wouldn't want to give up a first rounder, but they'd expect a second rounder and I guess a third or a future third or whatever. It'd be expensive, but Carl, you'd then have to turn around and give him money because he wants a contract. But hey, of all the guys that are out there, that's elite pass rush. That's not Ray Edwards from a couple years ago, Carl. Okay, this is a dude, and it's not even Dwight Freeney, who we got at the end of his career. This is an edge rusher in his prime. This is a dude that would really be everything we're looking for right now on that defense, which, let's be honest, has surpassed all expectations.
It really has. And I'd love to get him if it was possible. I think sometimes you look at our team, and here's the thing that Terry Fontenot has to weigh, okay, regardless of what deals. Think about the deals we've made. Van Jones, high reward, low risk. Or Jefferson, excuse me, Van Jefferson. I think, Mike, when you do a move like this with Danielle Hunter, if you were going to do it, where is this team? Like, how does he put us over the top? And do you feel like if he does, then it's worth what you're about to invest? Well, that's the thing you've got to think about.
Well, two things, man. If you get him, that's one less thing you have to draft next year. Although, let's be honest, we have all these we got young guys. If you feel Ebiketie is going to take okay, maybe not. You could get a Danielle Hunter. Go get the best edge rusher in the draft, and you haven't had that on this team ever.
You're talking about going into next season?
Yeah. Going into 24. Let's be honest, guys. Patrick Kearney and Rod Coleman. Coleman was an interior lineman, technically. John Abraham never had anybody on his other side. The closest we can get to that is when Chuck Smith and, Lester Archambault were doing their thing in the old bomb squad. So I'm just saying, you got to go back to the Grits Blitz in 86. You've not had the two dudes. We've never had bookends at the edge rush. I mean, elite guys to do that. That would get me excited, guys. Unless you'd like to, maybe try to upgrade on McGarry. Although McGarry's got a deal, it's in place. You like what you got with the rest of your line. The only thing you really need right now, Carl, is that edge rusher. I mean, they might even trade. Who is it we talked about? Waters might get traded, right? I mean, I always say Trey Waters. Trey Flowers could be on the chopping block.
The corner.
And we might send him potentially in a deal. That was part of the Athletic article. SI's got a number of rumors that are out there. Adam Thielen could be going up to Buffalo because the Panthers aren't going anywhere. They're dead in the water.
No.
But it just makes a lot of sense. I know we don't get the kind of action you get in baseball or basketball, but we have seen a few years in the last 5 where the NFL has got things cooking. But the thing is, Danielle Hunter would be here we'd have him for 5 years. He'd have a contract with us.
I think so.
If you're interested. And I would be.
If you can acquire him for a second-round pick, I'd do it right now. If you're saying, I need a first-rounder, you got to think about the only time you get first-rounders is young quarterbacks.
Right.
And you think about the deals that have been made for the most part. It's rare that you get that for even an edge rusher of his likeness, Mike.
But here's a guy, though, 3-time Pro Bowler, 80 sacks, and he's 28.
Prime.
Turns 29 this
Prime.
season. Now, some would say, well, I'd still roll the dice.
I would too.
He'd be the best edge rusher since the Predator was here, guys. We got Dwight Freeney at the end, but he did help, obviously, Vic Beasley get 15.5 sacks that 2016 season.
In the NFC, just look at it from this standpoint. Philly, they've already made a couple of deals. They wanted to help their back half, and they did it right in acquiring the Titan safety. Dallas needs wide receiver help. Let's be honest. That's something that they're talking about, and Jerry's being coy about it. Oh, you got to call us. Detroit, I don't know if they need anything. I'm talking about real contenders. If you think in the NFC, these are teams you're going to have to go through. San Francisco, guys, it's just about them getting healthy. Once they do, they have a great roster. I don't think they acquire or make a move. Seattle, I feel the same way. But for us, if you were to say this might be the difference between 11 and 13 wins, Mike, based on what we're projecting, because you acquire a guy like this and it costs you a second rounder, I'd do it right now. And that's where I'm at.
But I would think, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. If you use like that units thing we talked about during the draft, it would probably be a second rounder, maybe. Here's the thing:
plus,
would you be willing to give up 2 second rounders? One this year, one next year.
I would.
I would totally do that because you can always find a way to finagle a second rounder yourself. I just think, guys, that's just something we haven't had. The defense is great because, again, guys, in all likelihood, Calais Campbell, Bud Dupree, the way the contracts are drawn, these guys are all gone. These are all pretty much one-year deals in essence.
Yeah. 404-726-0929. You think Miami's a contender? What are they looking at? What's Buffalo? Well, Buffalo is another team. They just got to get healthy. Like that is how I'm viewing this, Mike, when you say, where does a move like this take a team like us? And where does it put us? And I think it makes us a real contender.
Here's the question real quick while we're doing look at the numbers. Von Miller is making $20 million at age 32, and he's banged up now for Buffalo.
Has been.
Bosa set the market at $34 million.
Correct.
Myles Garrett makes $25 million. What would a Danielle Hunter? And it's spelled Daniel or Danielle, but it's Danielle. Jamaican roots. What would you pay him? That's the question. And what I read, we got the cap space moving forward.
Well, we do, but Mike, it's more than 25 a year.
Right.
Because he's that premier. He's one of the top premier guys.
And that's why he doesn't have a contract now with Minnesota. So Minnesota's a little cheap. That's why they moved on from Dalvin Cook, and they're going to move on from Danielle Hunter.
I think we mentioned this the other day. Guys, we're talking about potential trades. Next week, trade deadline. We don't know if the Falcons will make a deal. If they were, what are we looking at and what would make sense, which is why we're talking about Danielle Hunter. But, Mike, we were also talking about the edge rusher from Carolina, who they say is not going to be available.
Brian Burns.
That's another guy that you go, all right, young enough. Can he impact the game? But Carolina has said, we're not interested in trading him. And you're going to hear a lot of that. I mean, the Raiders came out and said, we're not interested in trading Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams, I'm trying to get out of there.
I mean, Brian Burns is 25, and the Carolina Panthers, if they're going to trade him, they're certainly not going to trade him. You wouldn't think in the division.
No.
But because they're so dead in the water right now, they're going to have the first overall pick if things hold right now, Carolina. And they're not going to draft a quarterback, so they can go get in that edge rush business or trade down and build. And that's how they would do it. You trade out of one and build up and go get the edge rusher you need.
404-726-0929. Follow Mike. He's Mike Bell, ATL. I'm at Put 'em Up. See Dukes in this radio show. It's Dukes and Bell 929. And also follow this radio station at 929 The Game. Watch us, guys, on YouTube and on Twitch. Twitch.tv/ATL929 The Game. You can do it each and every day. I want to mention this because this adds to the story at Michigan. It has nothing to do with what we've been talking about with the sign stealing stuff. We're going to talk with David Waters, Mike, as he'll help us break down the Gators. He does a great Gators podcast, and we'll talk Georgia, Florida here in a minute. But the University of Michigan Police Department told the Detroit Free Press today that they had been working with the FBI for months to investigate former Michigan football co-offensive coordinator Matt Weiss. It's a computer case, and I don't want to get too deep into this.
Especially after what happened with Chicago's defensive coordinator after the rumors got flying.
Correct. So the University of Michigan Police Department, they partnered with the FBI, and Matt Weiss was a former co-offensive coordinator. Unauthorized computer access incident. That's how they're describing it. But, Mike, they raided his house. Weiss was fired by the Michigan AD in January, and we're now hearing about this in this current investigation, which is extensive and ongoing. Mike, this is on top of what is going on with the sign-stealing situation. Now, this may have nothing to do with Harbaugh, but again, he's the head coach. Yeah. Like, this is on your watch.
They're saying that the Weiss investigation is not related to the sign-stealing allegation, but you think about how, let's be honest, how Urban Meyer got. That was an assist. Now, we have no idea what this guy's involved in. The Detroit Free Press article talks about unmarked cars and watching his house.
They raided it.
So whatever it is, Could be a number of things. But if, for instance, just one thing that did happen, Urban Meyer protected a coach who was abusive to his wife. And everyone knew about it, and Urban Meyer kept them around. That's ultimately what got Urban Meyer got. Brett McMurphy broke that story.
He did. All right, coming up, David Waters is going to join us. What are the Gators going to try to do to the Dogs? How do they attack them? How's the defense look? We'll talk about that and much more coming up on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
to more Dukes and Bell.
This is fun.
Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It is Dukes and Bell. Coming up, 6 o'clock hour, guys. We'll get you caught up on the biggest stories of the day. By the way, Mike, Turtle was saying D-Hop came out and said that this was a fake signing. It had nothing to do with him or has nothing to do with him being traded. But apparently this autograph session was a fake thing, which is why he didn't show up.
Isn't that funny? So that's the truth of the matter. But then you get 3 websites in Tennessee saying he's obviously on the trading block. He's packing his suitcases right now.
All right, so we were talking about D-Hop not showing up at this event, and people were like, we're freaking out. Hey, let's say good afternoon to David Waters. He does a Gators Breakdown podcast, host, and I got to ask David, going into this weekend, obviously huge rivalry game. I want to talk about the Gators offense and what it's looked like and what you think their strength is heading into this Georgia game. Or do they have one? Because, Billy Napier, I like what he's done, and I think it's getting better. But I watch this offense, and it's so up and down. What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of agree there. I do think it's still a question mark of what the strength is. And, look, coming off the last game, yeah, it'd be easy to say the passing game with what Graham Mertz and Ricky Pearsall were able to do, have career days, their career highs against South Carolina. But, hey, look, we know that's a bad South Carolina defense, and especially in the passing game. So now the question is, for Graham Mertz, look, he is playing better. He is probably playing better than most people expected he would at Florida. But now can you translate that? Can you translate, all the consistency that you've had this year? Can you bring that up in, what's going to be the best defense you play all year long? So it'd be easy to say the passing game right now, but we know Billy Napier's history. We know the way this team is mostly constructed. It's, you would think lean on the ground game with the offensive line, Trevor Etienne, Montrell Johnson. But that's been up and down so far this year. So I still think it's probably a wait-and-see approach of what it looks like Saturday. But, hey, look, that may not be a great answer either. Going against, one of the best defenses in the country, that may not be a signal of where this Florida offense is, given the games after that. So, yeah, I still say it's still wait-and-see mode. They are a better passing team than I think many expected, but I won't necessarily say that's their strength right now.
David Waters, guys, Gators Breakdown podcast with us on the waitfor.com hotline. Most of us watched that Utah game, and it just looked like they weren't ready. And then you beat Tennessee. Then you lose to Kentucky. It's been a real – is this just a byproduct of a young team as Napier's putting together the guys he needs?
Yeah, that would probably be where you start. Florida's played more true freshmen this year than any other team in the country. So you would, expect the up and down performance. Hey, look, Utah's a good team. There's no shame in going on the road to Utah and losing that game. They haven't lost a home game in forever. So we'll see when they play Oregon this Saturday if that streak goes away for them. So no shame in that. But I think a lot of the disappointment really came from the Kentucky game when Billy Napier even mentioned right after the Tennessee game in the locker room, in the media, say, hey, last year we would get a big win and we'd fall on our face. And that's exactly what happened when you beat Tennessee and then lose to Kentucky a couple of weeks later. So it is the byproduct of a team. Hopefully you don't go, we're able to finally get that big road win, that ever-elusive road win, only Billy Napier's second road win a couple of weeks ago against South Carolina. So that was a step in the right direction. But, yeah, I would say the inconsistency is mostly due to trying to figure out the pieces of this young team. They're getting healthier. They're figuring out wide receiver. They're figuring out tight end. So, yeah, I do think as this season progresses, a lot of those young guys will progress, and there should be a little bit more consistency as the schedule ramps up in difficulty.
Mertz has only thrown 2 interceptions, so he's being careful with the ball. What can these wide receivers challenge Georgia's DBs?
That's the question there. Ricky Pearsall, one of the best receivers in the SEC right now, stat-wise. But the one that everybody's looking at right now is true freshman Eugene Wilson. And look, he's pretty much playing like we expected. We thought he would be an instant contributor, an instant impact true freshman, and he's played that way. And he missed some time. He got hurt in the Tennessee game, but you could tell in that game, the first 2 drives, I think he had 8 touches in the first 2 drives of that game. You could tell Billy Napier wants to build an offense around him. Then he gets hurt, didn't play against Kentucky, and Florida really missed him there. And you can tell since he's been back, he's been a huge part of this offense. So I think they can they can do some good things Saturday. I don't think it will be consistent. I think you're probably going to, have a balanced attack from this Florida offense. And it's funny, going through and previewing this game all week, you go back and look at it, and you have to look at Mac Jones, Kyle Trask, Joe Burrow, Bryce Young. Those are the quarterbacks that have beaten Georgia in recent history, guys that have won Heisman trophies, guys that are Heisman finalists. Graham Mertz is not that guy. So can he go out there and throw for 400 yards? I doubt it. So I think this is going to have to be a balanced attack from Florida because he's not those guys, and you shouldn't have to ask him to be one of those guys on Saturday either.
It is interesting when you think about Georgia's elite defense. They've only got, I think it's like 1 or 2 more sacks than the Gators. Yeah, just 1 more sack than all of Florida. So can the Gators get pressure? Because Carson Beck gets a form of a homecoming. Obviously went to high school there. Better year at his junior year when he signed with UGA. But he's had 1 sloppy pick or 2, but he's looked good. What kind of pressure are the Gators going to throw at him on Saturday?
That Billy Napier even said that was a big point of emphasis in the bye week last week is, getting this defensive front, pressuring the quarterback and also fitting in the run game as well better than they have been. But that was a point of emphasis last week. So absolutely, Georgia, part of that is just their offensive line just not giving up pressure. Even with the musical chairs Georgia's had at the offensive line this season, they've still been able to protect Carson Beck. So, for Florida, if you watch their games, you can see that there is pressure, but the tackles for loss, they maybe should have a couple more. They maybe should have a couple more sacks, but they just are not finishing the job. So I think you maybe look to see if they can actually finish the job there. Fitzy Umanmielen, if you go by Pro Football Focus, is one of the highest-rated defensive ends in college football, but the stats aren't really showing that. So it was almost just like Florida's a hair away from turning some of those almost plays into big plays.
We're talking Gators, Dogs on Saturday. David Waters, Gators Breakdown Podcast, as we talk about the Gators side of this, guys. So with the offense and what the defense is doing, this is the thing about Carson Beck that I think he has to, play well and show that, hey, I don't have my best weapon on the field, and maybe they throw it around a little bit more, or maybe Mike Bobo protects him. I don't know what the game plan is going to be, but I think this is an opportunity for him to kind of throw it around the yard and say, hey, look how good and efficient I can be against this Florida defense that, again, 21st in passing, that they're only giving up, 187 yards. I just think that's going to be one of the keys for Georgia.
Yeah, I think if you look at it, you go and the one game that sticks out to everybody is when Florida went on the road against Kentucky and just got blasted. They just got ran over all game long by Ray Davis, Kentucky's running back. So, and that had been a whole part of a lot of gap scheme running. And, they showed it, and South Carolina showed it, and Florida had trouble at the beginning of that game. They did adjust to come back around and stop that. So if I'm Georgia, I may try and test if Florida has learned their lesson. If Florida has figured out anything in the bye week in stopping that gap run scheme. Because Georgia runs a whole lot more zone schemes and gap scheme. But given Florida's trouble, you can best bet Mike Bobo is going to probably put a game plan in to see if Florida can finally stop it this year. So maybe to protect Carson Beck, you do come out and see if Florida's learned their lesson. See if Florida can stop the run. And if not, that's just going to make it easier on Beck. But then, if not, then if Georgia does have trouble running the ball, then, yeah, you're going to have to turn it on Carson Beck and make him prove that he can have reliable options besides Brock Bowers out there. So I think that is one of the biggest questions is if Georgia can't get the run game going, can Carson Beck have confidence in the other targets that he has around him to get the job done?
It's a road to the college football playoffs. Talking with David Waters, guys, does the Gators Breakdown Podcast. He's the host, so he's giving us a little behind enemy lines center in Gainesville. All right, big picture, Dave. We know that Dan Mullen really fell afoul at Gator Nation because he got off the recruiting trail. How is Napier being received down there? Is there? I know there's no patience with any college football fan these days, but how's Napier doing big picture?
I do think the fan base wants a reason to cheer for Billy Napier. I think the person that he is, the way he approaches it, you want to like the person. You want to like the guy. But we all know it comes down to wins and losses. And look, right now on the recruiting trail, Florida's got the number 3 class. I think on both services, maybe number 2 on 3 right now. Got a big defensive line commit at Daytona this past weekend in LJ McCray. I mean, he's been on fire this recruiting class. So now it's just you got to translate. Florida's got a really, really tough schedule to finish out this year. Arkansas is the only unranked team. Everybody else is ranked in the top 5 with FSU and Georgia, and Missouri at number 16. So it's a very tough finish for this Florida schedule, and I think it's kind of a wait-and-see approach of how Florida finishes this season and see if you can keep this recruiting class intact going into December, just in case this season falters a bit. But it's not like Billy Napier was going out there and selling these recruits, hey, we're going to go out there and win 10 games this year. I think they knew Florida was going to struggle a bit. They've been up and down so far this year, and we'll see what kind of finish they can put together. But I think this recruiting class mostly stays intact, and that will give you some hope for the future. So I think they just want something to lynch on to, most of the fan base. And I think this recruiting class right now, as far as you look for the future, gives them that hope a little bit.
So you're telling me Saturday? That's what you're telling me Saturday?
I am leaning Georgia. I think Georgia will win the game. Florida, I do think it will. I think there's a little more hope going into this game than the last couple of years. I know it was South Carolina. Yes, we know that. That was 2 weeks ago. But I do think there's some little optimism for Florida going into this game to maybe keep it closer than the last couple of years. But then, it really, really sets up a really tough November for Florida.
Right on. All right, big guy, we appreciate the insight. And, David, we'll get you on next year, man. Talk more Gators. Will you stop?
All right, thanks, guys.
Don't kick the man while he's down. He's a 14-point dog to the dogs.
He just laid it out. Hey, they're good at some things. They're not good at a lot of other things. And right now, going into this game, the dogs are better at almost everything.
And if Georgia runs the table and if Florida State runs the table, it will be interesting to see what Georgia does in the neutral site and how the Noles would do in the swamp. Right? Because we're just talking about people already projecting Georgia and the Noles. Very interesting.
It would be. Hey, Top 3 at 6 is on the way. Also, our most important story of the day, the latest on the Falcons as their prep for the Titans. It's all on the way on Dukes and Bell.
brought you in Atlanta for your ride home.
You strong? They said, I'm strong if you strong. I said, we strong then.
Brought to you by Finley Roofing. We've got you covered. Atlanta's most trusted and recommended roofer. Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
Been an interesting day because last night Hawks lose. Trae Young takes accountability, Mike. Stands up, says, I'm not going to blame my teammates. I didn't play well.
Right.
Last year, this show literally went to war with the Trae Young fans in this city about, hey, we just want accountability.
Last year, Trae would have said, got my 21, Joe.
And so when the kid,
nothing to see here.
When the kid last night, when he doesn't play well and DJ doesn't play well, he stands up and says, look, I got to play better, and this is on me. And I mentioned this, and I tweeted it out at X. So check that, Twitter. and, you know, people were saying, why are you going here with Trae? Like, he didn't play well. You guys are missing the point, okay? You can't complain about maturity, okay, and being responsible and acting like a superstar in this league, and then because he has a bad shooting night because, it is the NBA. It happens to all of them. I can't sit here and complain about the things that I missed and I wanted and I hoped for from our star, and then when he does it, don't say, Trae, thank you. That's what we've been looking for. That's what we expect from you. So, guys, it's one loss. I was as disappointed as anybody last night, Mike, because some guys didn't show up that I wanted them to. But the bigger picture for me is game one, our star sits down and says, yo, I got to play better. It's on me.
Right. And that's it. Now, it was a very strange game because we actually had an 11-point lead late, 9-point lead. And then, just basically, if you didn't watch the end, nothing that we shot went in and everything that Charlotte shot did. And again, Trae was just ice cold. It was ice Trae, unfortunately. He didn't hit his first three-pointer until about 3.5 minutes left in the game. But then Trae did get to the basket. And that's the thing. There were still momentum shifts where the game was still there for the taking. He gets to the stripe 15 times, makes 14 and 15 free throws.
Yep.
As Trae's apt to do. It was a bad night. DeJounte had a terrible night. 3 of 14. Nothing was dropping for DeJounte. So our backcourt wasn't working. One thing that was working was, let's start with the guys we like and the guys we want to see more out of. Jalen Johnson, 21 points. He looked good. 29 minutes, by the way. Capella, the typical double-double, cleaning the glass. Yeah, he missed his usual bunnies and putbacks. The guy I like to see was Sadiq Bey, 15 with 5 steals last night. So there were some good things going on. But real quick, I know we're getting wonkish next level, but the problem at times, and this is something the Hawks have had to deal with Trae, you know you're going to get the offense. But, Carl, this is what I think Quinn Snyder's trying to impart. On nights when you're not feeling it offensively, you got to do more than Olay on defense. You do. And those rotations, Charlotte was, you saw it, guys. The picks, how they just got Trae on guys like Rozier, and that's not good because he's going to go right to the basket. And late, I just thought Charlotte got way too many easy baskets.
I did too. But Mike, that's been our issue.
But that's what Nate was. That's probably why Nate and he eventually didn't laugh at the same jokes anymore.
I thought we were a little soft on the ball.
Right. Look, because Nate would say the same stuff. Thibodeau would say, look, you might be having an awful shooting night, and Trae was stuck at 14 all night until boom, he kicked it in. But you can make up for it by playing some defense, creating some turnovers.
Yeah.
But look, no one's trying to expect him to be the glove, but can you be 3/4 of Steph Curry?
We didn't play defense.
Nate, you're no longer the head coach. Your take is not germane to this proceeding.
I thought we were a little soft on the ball.
It just makes me laugh. But hasn't that been our issue? The issue, think about this the last couple of years, okay? And hopefully it gets better. Again, Coach Quinn Snyder was like, look, one game, and I'm going to let you hear what Trae had to say, what I'm talking about and why I respect it and why I'm going to give him props and say I appreciate it after 2 years of he needs to grow up. He's got to be better. He did. One game, he did. He's starting the season off this way, and I think this is maturity. But Coach Quinn, hopefully the defense gets better. But, Mike, the last 2 years, we're scoring 120. We're giving up 135.
Right. And Charlotte, for some reason, other than the play-in game, we did beat them a couple years back. They just give us fits, and we talked about it. It was, by the way, Brandon Miller looks like, he's going to have a nice career. It was a small sample size last night.
Yeah.
But, but here's the thing. Moving forward, how do you combat the switch which works against us? That's the thing. Hornets were pulling those switches last night, and then Trae gets on Trae can't defend those guys. That's always a problem when he's on the floor. The other thing, and we don't want to abuse him too much because sometimes it's too easy. I would love to see DeAndre Hunter make DeAndre Hunter.
Who are you talking about?
Fourth selection, 2019 draft.
Who is he?
Well, he was in playoff form, Carl. Bob Rathbun here, another playoff-like effort. 9 points, and he's just fouled out. Tough night for DeAndre here in the Queen City.
Mm-hmm. Y'all still want to have that argument with me? Anybody? Game 1, and dude plays all the 30 minutes, fouls out, and gives you how many points?
9.
Who is he?
DeAndre Hunter with the 4th selection.
Y'all still want to have this argument with me?
The Atlanta Hawks select from Virginia. I'm doing a David Sturks. I don't do an Adam Silver. You get the idea.
I do. I would love, how many times, Mike, have I said on this show, I would love for DeAndre Hunter to step up and give us 18 tonight and be unbelievable and a defensive stopper and blah, 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 blah.
That's what a 4th overall pick's supposed to do. Bay looks good. If Bay plays, and Bay will hopefully build on that. And as we said, Jalen Johnson, everyone loved his game in preseason. He starts with 21. The only thing I didn't like from Quinn's rotations is when Hunter can't do anything, can you get A.J. Griffin in there? At least it'd be active. Right? When DeAndre Hunter can't do anything on either end, let's get more minutes for A.J. Griffin and let him get some experience because I'm telling you it's going to pay off.
All right. By the way, I don't want to go all in. It's one game.
But it's just then why are we in our bag? It's a continuation of everything we've seen over the last 3 seasons.
That's it.
4 seasons.
That's exactly right. So, give me your prediction. Tell me what I'm supposed to get from him on a nightly basis when there's more responsibility now on everybody to do more. No more John Collins to blame, guys.
Bingo.
No more JC to say he didn't get enough boards, he didn't score enough, he didn't shoot the 3. You can't do it. He's in Utah. Who are you putting this on now? Trey's going to be Trey. I'm not worried about him. DJ can score. We know what he's capable of. They're going to lead the way. But I need these other guys to do what Jalen did last night. Give it to me every now and then. Give me 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Can you do that every now and then, DeAndre Hunter? I'm asking.
I'm with you. I mean, we're going to – if you're going to get this thing where right now Vegas has us at 42.5. So the feeling is we're like 8, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's where we've been. That's our zone. That's where we lived. The one year we were 10 games over, that was a shortened season 2021, where we made the run all the way to the Eastern Conference. So, look, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's only one game. We'll get them tomorrow night against the Knicks.
Let's do it.
Knicks fell to the Celtics, by the way, at MSG. But it's just frustrating because if you were looking for you know what? Anybody like me that was watching last night, you want a fresh start.
Fresh start.
And you just got some of the storylines were just there again. They crept back into the story.
Same stories.
Yes. No difference. Coach, let's talk to Nate McMillan about this. Nate, your thoughts on last night's performance?
I thought we were a little soft on the ball.
I think we were.
Same storylines. Hey, by the way, Turtle, what'd you just tell me about JC? What'd he do in Utah last night?
15 and 11.
All right. That's acceptable. Do that but here's the thing. Then there'll be the DeAndre Hunter-like effort. But he does that on a regular basis. That's what they paid for. That's what they traded for. That's what we wanted here.
But can I get 15 and 11 from DeAndre Hunter?
No.
Okay, 15 and 6. 15 and 4.
Yeah, it was 15 last year. That was his average. But the thing is also, and why we're so salty, and if DeAndre's listening, you might want to hug somebody real quick, is how he disappeared. And last night was one of those, it's one thing to disappear against Charlotte.
In the playoffs?
But, when you disappeared against Boston, when we could have beat the Celtics were mentally soft. You saw it. We needed everybody. If everybody played to their maximum, we could have beat the Celtics in 6 or 7.
Why are you taking me down this road?
It's unavoidable.
So you get nothing. You're taking me down this road that I don't even want to be on.
I know. No, last night, I'm literally And Becky's like, what? I was upstairs in the man cave.
Yeah.
The man loft. Cave would be downstairs. I'm watching the Hawks, and it's the same crap. So let's hopefully get it right tomorrow night.
All right.
Crowd will be rocking. Should be a sold-out house.
It should be. Listen, and I'm totally going to tell you guys that as the season progresses, and Trey's right, they're going to play better. Can I hear my man Trey, please, as he talked about last night, and that he will play better?
It's tough. You don't want to start your season out like this. Obviously, it's the first game. But for me, I'm not worried. We'll play better. I'm not worried. And it's one game.
Okay.
Slow pace.
Pace was slow. Flat.
I'm sorry.
Flat.
I thought we were a little soft on the ball.
It's
hey, man, it's one game. But why? The freaking Hornets, they should probably win about 36, 37 games. Or you should be at least 6 or 7 games clear of those guys. Watch, we'll play them in the play-in game again, guys.
We didn't play defense.
Well, we better start.
Well, they did. Defense was preached. Defense was better at times. Trey did say, and DeJounte said the same thing, they're still working on whatever Quinn was trying to implement in the offseason, in the offensive half court.
All right, guys, coming up, we're going to talk Falcons-Titans. Lots going on there. Mike Vrabel admitting that both quarterbacks will play, and then he gets snarky with the reporter, which made no sense. And we'll let you hear what Richie Grant's saying, because they're preparing for 3 guys. He's like, I don't know, Tannehill might play. It's all on the way.
Story of the day. Brought to you by MaximumCashHomeBuyers.com. Fair cash offers for as-is homes. Don't waste your time with repairs. Call 678-902-2000.
They may be dismantling their team right in front of our eyes. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Mike, as we talk about getting ready to go up and play the Titans on Sunday, Will Levis, guys, was a second-round pick, early second-round pick, out of Kentucky, and we now know that he's probably going to start or at least see a majority of the snaps. We also know they're going to use Malik Willis, Atlanta kid who went to Liberty. They drafted him the year before. They drafted Will Levis. But the Titans, when you trade, Mike, arguably one of your best players on your team, okay?
Right.
To the Philadelphia Eagles, which they did earlier this week, it really makes you think, okay, what's going on? Now, we don't know the extent of Ryan Tannehill's injury, but obviously he's not able to go this week. Maybe he's out a few weeks. Guys, in a few weeks, the Titans may be looking at a lost season, okay? They are, as we speak, 2-4, fourth in the AFC South. A lot of people expect the Jags to win that division. Right. Texans have been better. Indianapolis, again, they don't have their Anthony Richardson at quarterback, but I think the Jags are going to probably win that division. But if you lose to us, and then you play the Steelers on the road and the Bucs on the road and the Jags on the road. That is the Titans' schedule. All of a sudden, this season could be gone.
Right.
And I think right now we're seeing a team that's reeling. They're not playing great. You got quarterback issues. What I'm saying, Atlanta, is this sets up for us to go handle business.
Right. Now, you got to look at it big picture. You probably should have beat the Commanders. You blew that one. But then again, you fumbled the ball 3 times inside, not even the 20, inside the 10. And you still got to win in Tampa Bay. So I guess, the football gods, call it what you will, it equals out. But this is one, because you mentioned it. Barnard gets traded to the Eagles. The other guys, the chopping block rumors are out there, whether or not the players are aware of it. I think they're aware of stuff like that.
I do.
And then, Vrabel's obviously testy, because we'll play the soundbite in a second when he was asked about the quarterback rotation, and Vrabel goes off on a guy, and it's a simple question. So there's a lot of stuff. First thing first, we talked about the physicality of it, but I just think if we can fluster, Will Levis, guy threw 23 picks in his 2 years at Kentucky. Man, Jesse Bates and Okudah and A.J. Terrell and Richie Grant. Hopefully these guys will have a field day, and then Ritter's working with that short field. And that's on the road. I mean, I've been to a couple Tennessee games. The crowd gets into it, but I wouldn't call it an intimidating environment.
No. Now, their signature win so far is beating the Bengals, which crazy week, 27-3.
Right.
They beat the Bengals.
But now we all know that what happened with Burrow was not 100%.
Correct. So you say that, and then earlier in the season, a really good game against the Chargers in week 2, 27-24. Those are their 2 wins, but those are with Ryan Tannehill. Those were not with Malik Willis, and those were with not with Levis at starting quarterback. Here's Vrabel talking about both guys.
If Ryan can't play, that both, we're going to look at both of those quarterbacks, and we'll need both of them to help us win.
So we're going to need both to help us win. Now,
all right, so
are they rotating these guys in and out?
The media dudes up there in Tennessee, they hear we need both guys to help us win. Okay, so how is that going to work? So here's the question. Here's the follow-up to Vrabel about how are you going to use the quarterbacks, and take a listen how snarky it gets.
On the both quarterbacks playing thing. I'm going to focus on the Falcons. Good. For this game. And we're going to talk. But why are you holding your hands like that? I'm trying to get a question in here. Well, then ask the question. No, I'm just saying, you look ridiculous. Just ask the question, Joe.
Okay, let me ask you a question. On the 2 quarterback thing, would that be
against a really good defense? We have to run the football. Whoever plays quarterback.
Okay.
Whether
would that
that's
be
right.
Switching series, or would that be like one guy's the starter and one guy's
we'll figure out the game plan as we work through the week.
I mean, I got to be honest. I've always liked Vrabel. We had a chance to spend a little time with him. We talked about it earlier at the Super Bowl in 2016. But that's a real jackass answer to a very simple question.
It is. And the whole thing, he knows Joe, who covers, he's one of the beat guys, and he covers the team on a daily basis. But I do think a little bit of this, Mike, is Vrabel knows, and this is how I feel. I think he realizes they've got to turn this team over because their window was when Derrick Henry was running for 2,000 yards. And, when Coach Art was the OC there in 18, 19 or whatever it was. And, Mike, they had a legitimate – they had one of the best offensive lines, one of the best defenses.
Physical. Yep.
Physical. And they had chances in the playoffs. And now we talk about these windows, guys. I think they passed it. So, I don't think Tannehill's back there next year. I don't believe they move Derrick Henry. Why would you continue to keep Derrick Henry when he has value and you can trade him right now?
And especially, for teams, his value diminishes every day as he gets older, as he pushes 30. And you know how it is now. I mean, it's almost like the movie Logan's Run. You're gone. 30 in the NFL. So I just thought that, it's still not a bad question. If this was us at the press conference, if we were going to, if our coach said, you know what, we're going to mix Heineke and Ritter whoa, how's that going to work? You want to know? I mean, is one guy going to play a half? Is it going to be? Are you going to have one quarterback in for a series? Are you going to do your Steve Spurrier impression back in the day when it was like Noah Brindise and Jesse Palmer and all those other dudes? I mean, what is this going to look like, right?
Here is Richie Grant saying they are, as a defense, our defense is preparing for all three guys. They don't know who's going to play.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, like right now, we have no idea what's going on. And if you want to win, you just got to be prepared. So we're going to prepare for whoever is able to come out there.
So here's why this game has a low over-under. We are favored by 3 points, okay? And we're going to break down the game a little bit more, and tomorrow we'll give you our picks. But they are currently 11th in the league in points against, which means they're giving up 19.5 points a game. We're 9th. We're giving up 19 points a game. Mike, that does not add up to over 40. Nope. So if you go just by the statistics and you say, can we score more points than 16 on Sunday? Because that's our average, and we're 29th in the league. Right. But our defense does what they do, and they hold them to 19 or under, and their defense, regardless of what's happening with their offense, holds us to 19 or under or 20. That's the game.
Yeah, the over-under started at 38. Now it's down to 35.5. That's why I'm telling you, that's to your point. That's where it's like, wow. So you got two teams that can't get to 17. I mean, 20 and 17, that's the only way you get there. So by the way, it's still tempting to bet the under.
No, it is.
Because guys, when we talked to Coach about it, we even joked around about it, we need to score more points. They do. And look, we should have put 28 minimum on Tampa Bay. But we didn't. The fumbles happen. You can't go back and say they didn't. So let's hope that Ritter learns from these mistakes. They were doing some ball security drills. Orlando Ledbetter was showing video of those guys. Remember I talked about it earlier with you, the Jameis Winston viral video of him in his backyard. Got his boys and all beating him up and stuff and wearing like Nerf pads and hitting them. So they were doing that with broomsticks, and I guess they got like boxing gloves on the back, pow, pow, and they're hitting you. So, yeah, man, and Bijan, by the way, all eyes on Bijan? I mean, yeah, this thing that Arthur didn't want to make into a thing, but it's still a thing because he's the top draft pick and he's a guy you were kind of still confused about what his role was on Sunday because of the headache.
He's going to be fine. I think he's going to have a big role in this game. And by the way, Mike, you mentioned this. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, our last call's coming up. Mike was talking about the Michelin Awards. What's food related tonight? So stay tuned for that and your chance to chime in. We are averaging about 125 yards a game right now, okay? And we did that last week. Think about it. We broke them off, the Bucks off without having Bijan on the field. We're 8th overall, Mike. You were talking about how many rushing yards the last 2 weeks the Titans have given up. Yeah. We are going to be able to run the ball.
I saw this. I got to punch it up again. This is the Falcons-Titans preview. You can look it up in the Tennessean, and that's the newspaper up in Nashville. Yeah, these numbers are kind of like eye-popping. I'm pretty good. You know what? I used to type up my dad's police reports at the precinct. I just found it. But anyway, 50 words per minute, Oren. The numbers are pretty crazy. Yeah, when you look at this, so we know we're going to run the football, right? That's our identity.
It is.
The Titans, you think of them as a physical team which is going to stop the run? Well, early in the part of the season, they were not giving up anything on the ground. Now they are. The numbers are nuts. They allowed just 280 yards of rushing in the first 4 games. So 280 divided by 4, that's 70? Right? Do the math on that. Chris, around 70 and 75. They're giving up less than 100 yards a game. Last 2 games, Titans' run defense allowed 332 rushing yards. That sounds like a win for us, right?
It does.
We're going to do that, and now if the trend continues, that we're going to run all over them on Sunday.
I hope we do. And I think you got to come out and establish that, knowing the history of the last few weeks of what's been going on with the Titans. It's Dukes and Bell at Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Speaking of Bijan, real quick, Big O, give me Bijan talking about this headache status and what the deal is, because I think it was a one game, 1 weekend kind of deal, Mike. I had my first migraine, I think it was last year. I missed a day. I had never had one. My mom suffered with them, and she used to just be like, I need to just lay down. And I'd be like, what's going on? Dark room, the whole night. And if you guys remember, we talk about winning time with the Lakers.
Right.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar dealt with massive migraine headaches. So I don't know if this was just a one-time thing. That's my guess. But this is Bijan Robinson talking about the headache thing.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I know what we'll talk about Sunday, but I'm good. And just, focus on Tennessee and just ready to go.
When did your headache subside?
Yeah, it was, a day later, I was starting to feel better. So, yeah, it was tough, but, it's all good. I'm all good now.
Okay. I mean, I know the NFL is still going to ask questions about it, but, was it supposed to be a game-time decision? Because the way the injury reports are structured, there was really no window for the Falcons to include Bijan in. True. If you want to go by the letter of the law. So that's why Arthur was kind of brushing off the media's questions about, well, what about the NFL sniffing around?
We'll see. I think it'll be fine. I expect him to have a good game and bounce back kind of situation. Plus, let's be honest, kind of got a week off. He's fresh. Right?
He's fresh. Hey, exciting. Tuesday's trade deadline. There was now some guys are just looking at needs and looking at teams that have guys that they want to shop, and they're putting two and two together, and they're making these rumors like pop, like Sports Illustrated. But one that makes sense, and you and I have been talking about this. I've been talking about it for months. Danielle Hunter, big-time rusher, 80 sacks. He's 28 to be 29. This dude is, or 20, yeah, I think he's 28. Look it up. The dude's in his prime, and he would want a big contract. Would you be willing to part with a second-rounder this year, a second-rounder next year, and then you got to pay him, make him part? You might be right under Bosa's deal for one of the highest-paid guys at the position.
I would.
Me too. I don't think you, because we don't watch the Vikings a lot. This dude gets it, guys. He'd be the most impactful pass rusher we've added since we traded for John Abraham.
I think, Mike, if you feel like this is a guy that puts you over the top, meaning what do we need and what can we acquire in season?
Right.
Not talking about the spring draft and how you're going to continue to build and add depth. This is a guy that immediately makes you better. And, you look at the Eagles and Howie Roseman and you say, okay, that's a pretty good team. And they still went out and acquired an all-pro safety because they understand this is probably going to help us get over the top. I don't know if Terry Fontenot feels that way about our Falcons yet. He may be like, listen, we got a really good team. Let's see how this season plays out. Maybe he doesn't feel like we're at that point. But I think every season, Mike, presents itself with, like, we got a path right now that if we can handle these next 3 games, we talked about it. All of a sudden now you're talking about 7-3 on the season.
We've just never had a guy like this. And remember, guys, Calais Campbell, most likely Bud Dupree, those guys are, it was one and done, even though some guys had language for their contracts. And if Ebiketie doesn't really take that leap, I'd love to go. Imagine getting a Danielle Hunter, and then you draft that big-time edge rusher in the first round. We haven't had that, like, forever. The Bob Squad, you and I were looking at the numbers from back in the day. Real quick. Scary proposition. The Lions are talking to the Vikings, according to Sports Illustrated. Can you imagine putting Danielle Hunter opposite Aiden Hutchinson?
No.
On that defense, which we saw how beastly they are?
Well, but that's realizing maybe this is what we need to get us over the top. That's what I'm talking about. Like, the Lions are a really good team, but then they played the Ravens last week. Ravens neutralized them, and you go, okay, maybe if we had another guy on the opposite of Aiden Hutchinson. I agree.
Ravens just whooped him. Hey, good. That's what I love Oren, man. It's like, he's better than Siri. Siri, play Fresh by Kool and the Gang.
Oh, yeah.
By the way, the other name was Thielen going to Buffalo. Thielen and Diggs
again
back together because obviously Carolina's hot garbage, and they'd be looking to sell a guy which they signed to try to give some of their passing game.
All right, Mike was talking about the Michelin Awards being handed out. Where's your favorite spot to grab an upscale meal? All right, or the best type of food that you would be willing to pay extra for? All right, very easy tonight on the last call. 404-726-0929. Maybe you have one place, maybe you have 2. Where is your favorite spot to grab an upscale meal or the best type of food that you'd be willing to pay extra for?
Remember when we used to go to Vegas for fights, Carnivino?
Oh, unbelievable.
Oh, my God. Mario Batali had to play grab ass in the kitchen, ruined it for everybody. All those restaurants went away.
It's the best.
That doofy. Never trust a bald guy with a ponytail, Carl.
Wait a minute. Isn't Steven Seagal a bald guy with a ponytail?
You might be above their law, but you're not above mine. No, he's got that widow's peak.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Hey, last call coming up. Your calls here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
now.
Lord, have mercy. Presented by Finley Roofing on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game.
It's time for Last Call.
One last call for alcohol.
Your chance to chime in on the biggest stories of the day.
We live in a great food town. Mike was talking about this today. I think Steakhouse was as well.
Yep.
Stakey was talking about, the restaurants that deserved more recognition. Maybe they deserved a star.
By the way, not every major city in America has Michelin-starred restaurants.
That's
So
true.
if you're a food snob or just a foodie, it's big business. That's why some cities will pay Michelin to come in to get the juice for tourism, and then these become these destination spots. Atlas, Bacchanalia, Hayakawa, Lazy Betty, Muho all received 1 stars, which is big. And there's obviously the famous joints in New York, L.A., etc., but this is big for the A. But we just thought that some of the better places, more established, with more common fare, like Fantastic Steaks, didn't get the recommendations that they should. There are other lists of honorable mention, etc.
Real quick, Orrin, tell me that again, what you just said to me.
So there are, the highest Michelin rating is 3 stars, and there's only 12 3-star restaurants in the entire United States.
Right. In the entire country. 404-726-0929. So tonight's question's easy, guys. Where's your favorite spot to grab an upscale meal? And there are no wrong answers, by the way. It's what you love. It's what you like. You guys let us know. 404-726-0929. Ryan, you get us started here on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Where do you love to grab an upscale meal or the best type of food that you'd be willing to pay extra for?
So both of mine are in Roswell and on Holcomb Bridge Road. One is DePalo Italian Kitchen.
Good spot.
Very well done, high-end Italian food. And then there's a place a little closer to 400 just called Asian Kitchen, and they have some $35 and $40 fish entrees that are Chinese on the menu that are fantastic.
Excellent spots. Good
I'm looking
call.
at reviews right now. Asian Kid gets a bunch of good ratings for everybody. Cool.
That's up my way. He's right about both of those places. Patrick, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Hey, man, what is your favorite spot to grab an upscale meal? Or maybe the best type of food you pay extra for?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
If I want a nice steak, I'm going to Stony River. But, man, I tell you what, if you want a great seafood meal, Atlanta Fish Market is hard to beat.
Right.
Mike, you mentioned this about
and that's
them.
what Steak was talking about earlier, and I second the emotion because I've known a bunch of these guys for years. Buckhead Life Restaurant Group basically, could have defined fine dining in Atlanta. And I know that, again, and by the way, if you look at the New York Michelin star ratings, whoever these guys are, they just love Asian and Asian fusion. It was basically, again, we got some great restaurants in Atlanta. I wouldn't say that 3 of the best restaurants in Atlanta are Asian fusion or like the sushi thing that they do now.
Yeah.
But it's what people dig. So, yeah, the phrase is omakase, which is a multi-course with sushi.
Tasty.
Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. If you've ever been to Bacchanalia, it's, you're getting like small portions of amazing. You'll be like talking to your friend, oh my God, it's amazing. But,
because it's about the experience
but we were saying,
how they serve
there, and there were a few places where we said, isn't there a place on the Michelin list for hearty, amazing food?
I agree.
And that's what we were saying. As opposed to the stuff that like pretentious people who, eat with, instead of chopsticks, use toothpicks on that food.
And as I said to Mike earlier, this hopefully is going to help our city and be more
That's good for us,
recognized. It's great, but we just think there are a lot of places that need to be recognized. Swede, where is it for you, man? Your favorite spot to grab an upscale meal?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I hope it doesn't have to be in Atlanta because I'm not real familiar with it since I lost my leg. But I'll tell you my favorite place. My go-to place would be St. Elmo's up in Indianapolis. Start with a shrimp cocktail, their cream spinach, and a bone-in prime rib, medium rare to rare, cow with a temperature. Great place to eat.
I
Thanks,
thought
guys.
for sure you were going to say Musso and Frank's.
Come on.
Still open. It's still open in Hollywood.
It's been there forever.
Yeah.
So is St. Elmo's, but not that
And
long.
St. Elmo's, by the way, if usually when you go up there, and I'm up there Indy 500 weekend, it's a madhouse.
It is.
But the famous horseradish, these gigantic jumbo shrimp, and there's goblets of horseradish and cocktail sauce, amazing.
It is. Tim, where do you go, Tim, to grab an upscale meal? Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
So I've been in the restaurant industry here for 20 years in Atlanta, and some of my clients are actually on that list. But I think certain places like La Grata,
Yes.
Canoe, Ray's, Cops, and Bistro Nico
Yes.
could have been up there for some just old school, old world dining, service forward, chef-driven menus that have, I like the hearty Michelin star list y'all just created. Thanks, guys. Go Dogs.
A great list, and go Dogs, man. Mike Conti and I were just talking about that about an hour ago. Canoe, Canoe over off Paces Ferry is always a classic.
It's terrific.
I see Soto. The Michelangelo, you've had it with me, the Michelangelo pasta, it's sublime. Just sound like I'm a Michelin star critic. It's the best damn, I get it as it's a meal, I get it as an appetizer. It's that good.
Canoe also has a great brunch.
Right.
I mean, I'm with you on every restaurant he just named.
Yeah.
Check mark.
Bistro Nico. Yeah.
Carl, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Carl, where's your favorite spot to grab an upscale meal, man?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Carl.
Hey, man.
Listen, I agree with you, Mike. I'm not going to one of these places where people want to be seen, man. I'm going to go somewhere where I can get a good meal. And if I'm going to do anything upcharge, I'm definitely going to pay for the alcohol. Give me the good brand. Don't give me the table service that these people don't know nothing about, man.
He's right.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. That's where you want to pay, to make sure you get your money's worth.
Right.
Seafood traditionally, Mike, when you're at some of these places, obviously, and you see market price,
right?
You're going to be paying a higher dollar. But I will say this, some of this stuff I've tried, not all great. I mean, some of this stuff is not all great.
And it's funny, you and I were talking to a couple of listeners, and one of the things which I mentioned, if you missed it earlier, I was talking about in Guy Talk, it's Atlanta. Okay, and I know apparently whoever is on this list of the culinary experts, they're just like a tunnel vision on this Asian fusion thing, which is fine. But Atlanta, no black-led restaurants in Atlanta. The closest they got was the Busy Bee, what we call the Bib Gourmand, which is, you can afford that, which is basically the pat on the head. And Lila. But anyway, there's so many amazing, unique flavors, the flavors of soul in the South. And they didn't take that into consideration. But for one restaurant.
There are great black-owned restaurants here that serve amazing food. And you're right, Mike. That is absolutely right. Let's go to Manny. Manny, you're on Sports Radio 92.9 The Game. Manny, where is it for you, man? Where are you going to grab an upscale meal?
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Yeah, this actually is a black-owned restaurant. It's called Chiefs. They greet you with, "What's happening, Chief?" And they got great bologna. That's their biggest thing there, the bologna.
All right, now, for guys that are new to the show, Chiefs does not exist. This is caller-on-caller violence right now. And we'll see if Chief calls in. We've met both these listeners. They're great guys, but they like to take pot shots at each other.
By the way, make a fried bologna sandwich. All right, Matt.
Me too.
You're up. Finish things off for us, Matt. Where's your favorite place to grab an upscale meal or the best type of food you pay extra for? Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, the Optimist in West Midtown.
Yeah.
Seafood. Their burrata toast, the shrimp burrata toast is to die for.
That lobster roll, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The lobster roll is incredible. And then also right there in the same area, used to be JCT Kitchen.
Yes.
They just rebranded to Little Sparrow. Haven't gone to Little Sparrow yet. But JCT Kitchen, also incredible. Southern food. Absolutely love it.
Yep.
Love you guys.
Hey,
Go
thanks,
Falcons.
brother. Go dog. Hey, man.
Today.
Go Falcons. Yeah, JCT's fried chicken, bro, is the ball.
It's a good spot. He's right on point there. I hadn't been to the Optimist in a while. I mean, I haven't been there forever.
My buddy John used to play guitar out front, man. It's a little miniature golf out front. That's a great spot for date night, guys. For guys always asking us about date night, Optimist on Midtown West.
All right, man. We got to get out of here. Turtle's got the crossover show tonight, guys. Of course, we've got Thursday night football. Tampa Bay at Buffalo. Pregame's at 7:30. Kicks at 8:15.
9.5 are the Bills' favorites in this one.
It's a lot.
Buffalo's not scoring points like they should. We saw that, the thing is Tampa don't score a lot of points themselves.
No.
Maybe this is the under on the play. I'm not touching it.
Oren, let's get out of here and clear our throat.
Dukes and Bell are wrapping up another show, so it's time for
Let me clear my throat.
On Sports Radio 92.9, The Game.
Tomorrow we are at State Farm Arena, guys. Hawks season opener, home opener. Season opener was last night against the Knicks. We'll have all the action for you. Tips at 7:30, but we'll get you ready for that. We'll be talking plenty more about the Falcons, more about the Dogs and the Gators. Big shout out today. And if you don't do anything the rest of the evening, I just suggest you go and go to the Odyssey app and hear the lovely Barbara Dooley talk about how she scared Vince Dooley at Halloween.
Wearing only a trench coat.
It's one of the best things
in the shower.
you'll hear all day long. Hey, also got to give a big shout out to David Waters talking about the Gators today. Yeah. He was really good. Tomorrow, guys, we've got our regulars, Mike, including Steve Koonin, Hawks CEO.
That's right, Hawks fans, Hawks fever.
Catch it. Make sure you're here at 2 o'clock. Oren, great job, man, as always. Our engineer behind the glass. Turtle, thank you so much. And also, Jason, appreciate you, Jason. putting us up on YouTube and Twitch and all the things you do, man. Appreciate you back there,
Right on.
Whispers. Hey, Mike, we got to get out of here, man. Clear your throat.
Hey, man, first test for the new NBA legislation about players. Big-name players got to play on these national games. Tonight, Milwaukee, Sixers. Guess who's not there? The Beard. We're looking into facts around James Harden's availability tonight to determine whether an approved reason exists for his lack of participation. Michael Bass telling Woj. It's a Woj article you can read right now. It popped at 6. Harden's a little interesting. Sixers decided to keep him in Philly after he returned to the team after 10 days away for personal. They felt that he maybe wasn't in shape. Either way, Harden is not going to play tonight, and the NBA wants to know why.
You know what, though? Does he deserve to be on the team playing after all this mess he's been doing? And does he deserve to be playing? I don't know. I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory.
Right.
Hey, we've been following this Michigan story, not the sign-stealing story. This is another one. Matt Weiss was a former co-offensive coordinator who the FBI was following around. They raided his house, Mike. They are calling this a computer access incident. I don't know what it means. I don't know what he's got. I don't know what's on his computer, but just add it to the list of things that Michigan football is trying to deal with now. He was fired by the AD in January, but now this has propped its ugly head up, and you've got this sign-stealing situation going on. I don't think Harbaugh's going to be back, man. If you love the show,
You tell your friends.
if you don't,
I offer course 3. It's a thimbleful of edamame.